If the first day of the first test ultimately belonged to South Africa, there was absolutely no doubt as to who ruled the roost at the National Stadium in Karachi on day 2. What Pakistan desperately required when they came out to bat was a solid start to proceedings. And Fawad Alam and Azhar Ali delivered with interest.
54, Azhar Ali.
A 94-run partnership put the home team back on the front foot. Where yesterday the visitors were ruthless in the field, today 2 drops would cost them dear.
Oh, dropped.
Put down on 35, Fawad would make the Proteas pay with a magnificent century.
And brings it up with a maximum. His 3rd century in Test match cricket.
He was ably assisted by Fahim Ashraf, who scored a fine 50 of his own.
Brings up 50.
A lead of 88, a couple of wickets in hand, the scorecard would suggest that Pakistan now hold the upper hand. But only a fool would bet on the outcome of this one. Day 3 promises to be a cracker.
Hello and welcome once again from National Stadium, Karachi. We are here for the 3rd day of the test match between Pakistan taking on South Africa. Yeah, what a day of cricket we had yesterday. Pakistan in a dominating position with a lead of 88 runs, 308 for it is where they stand, thanks to that wonderful ton by Fawad Alam. Yeah, I think that's the beauty of Test cricket. You never really know which way it's going. But yesterday, one thing is for sure, belonged to Pakistan. Alongside with me, I've got Bazid Khan and Daryl Cullinan. Bazid, what a day for Pakistan yesterday.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. You come into a day thinking that you're behind the game, and you finish the day thinking that, well, you're well and truly on top.
I mean, Daryl, you've spoken about how Pakistan is in a dominating position, but that wonderful ton by Fawad Alam, I mean, it's really, we've spoken a lot about him, about his stance and everything, but the way he performed, it was delivering under pressure.
He was, and that's what Pakistan needed, someone to come in to show true fight, and he delivered on the day.
Baz, again, like hitting that century with that 6, it was just incredible to watch the kind of bravery that he's shown, with that invariable bounce as well.
Yeah, we know his quality for the last 10 years. He's been performing every season in first-class cricket, and he's shown what Pakistan has missed for those 10 years not being in this side. He's got a century in New Zealand, got a century National Stadium, Karachi, in his hometown. The first time he's playing here, his conversion rate is 100%, and Karachi hasn't woken up yet because there was celebration all last night. I think it's still going on.
It probably is, I think I saw a lot of tweets from people in Karachi, but generally as well, really happy for him. Not sure though if Quinton de Kock is the most happiest man at this point of time, especially with the kind of judgment calls that we saw yesterday, Daryl.
Well, he's copying a lot of flack because those were absolute howlers, because he needs to first understand that this system is used to really overturn the really bad decision. It's not one to try and burgle a wicket. And on all 3 occasions, his immediate response was, well, I'm not sure. As the captain and the keeper, you're not sure, then don't ask for it.
I mean, Baz, is that the best position to be judging, when you're a keeper, or what went wrong? What was happening? I mean,
he's almost embarrassed when he's actually asking for the review, so there's no confidence in any of those reviews. It's almost like, yes, we have a review, let's take it. Because the process is missing. The bowler will always want to go for a review. The keeper being the captain with the best view, but I think he's just got too much on his plate. And the way that he actually signals for the review, I think it's more sort of, yeah, let's go for it, rather than, yeah, that's out.
Maybe a little bit of desperation or frustration creeping in, but important day for South Africa. We're definitely going to see them bat today. And Dean Elgar, he is the most important figure here, because if you look at his record, the kind of runs he's got since 2016, he's sitting right at the top, Daryl.
It's a record to be very proud of. I love his cricket. I think, the grit and determination that he always plays with, and he's played some of his best knocks for South Africa in this situation.
Baz, I mean, It's pretty simple in terms of what we can expect from Pakistan, but the bowling is also going to be extremely crucial today because they have to go full throttle all out against South Africa.
Yeah, I think the new ball will probably talk. I think they'll be better with the new ball, Shaheen Shah Afridi, and then the spinners, both Yasir Shah and Numan Ali. And I know Darrell wants a day off for golf, so for that to happen, Pakistan really need to bowl well.
I think Darrell is definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. We'll be taking a short breather. Of course, there's a lot to look forward to. Plenty of action lined up for all of you. The players have been warming up, but we'll be taking a short break and be back shortly. Yeah, we're moments away from the action, and I've now been joined by Rambo, Waz, and 3 stumps. Of course, we'll be having a demo for you shortly. But Rambo, Pakistan the happier side at this point of time?
Clearly, yes. I think they fought well, extremely well, in fact. And I think on 2 tiers, they worked brilliantly. The mental aspect of the comeback and the technical aspect as well, because it was a difficult pitch to survive after being 34 for 4. So उस लिहाज से बहुत अच्छी performance.
20 for 4 के बाद वापस आना बड़ी बात है.
Big deal. I think I'm happy. खुश हूँ मैं इन लड़कों के लिए. काफ़ी स्ट्रगल से आए हैं न्यूजीलैंड में, इनको काफ़ी भड़कास भी पड़ी है. But I think this fight back जो इन्होंने की है, ये 33 से 4, 27 पे 4 आउट, तो उसके बाद 88 runs ahead. एज ए टीम कलेक्टिवली इनको बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस मिलेगा इस टेस्ट मैच के लिए भी और इस सीरीज़ के लिए भी. सो आई थिंक इट्स गुड साइन फॉर पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट. और कभी जब कोई हमारी टीम अच्छा करती है तो हमें उनकी दबा के तारीफ़ करनी चाहिए. एंड आई थिंक दे डिड रियली वेल.
दबा के तारीफ़ तो हम करेंगे, लेकिन बहुत बातें हुई हैं उस स्टांस के ऊपर, बहुत सी डिस्कशंस हुई हैं.
फवाद आलम के
नहीं, आपके नहीं.
आपके भी थोड़े से होती थी.
Lot has been spoken about it, but as long as you're scoring runs, who cares?
Absolutely. So we've got a set of stumps here, and we're going to present Fawad Alam for all our viewers because he's got a very awkward stance. Against spin he stands differently, against pace he's got a different setup. So ये spin के खिलाफ देखें किस तरह से खड़े हो रहे हैं. इनका बैट नीचे होता है, completely square on होते हैं, दोनों आइज से प्रॉब्ली बॉल को देखना चाहते हैं. उसके बाद ये साइड ऑन पोजीशन पे आ जाते हैं और जो फ्रंट फुट है वो रहता है मिडल और लेग स्टंप पे ही. और फिर बॉल को बहुत अच्छी तरह से देखते हैं. इंपॉर्टेंट है ऐसे स्टैंस के साथ कि बॉल को अच्छा देखे. अच्छा, जब वो तेज़ बॉलर को खेल रहे होते हैं तो बैट जो है वो ज़्यादा हवा में होता है और ज़्यादा ऑफ स्टंप पे वो चले जाते हैं और फिर उसको वो ज़्यादातर ऑन पे ही खेलते हैं बिकॉज उस पोजीशन पे अगर आपका फ्रंट फुट ज़्यादा नीचे नहीं जाएगा डाउन द पिच तो फिर आप रिस्क को ब्रेक करेंगे. सो इंटरेस्टिंग है इसलिए कि मैंने इसलिए ये सेट ऑफ स्टंप्स लगाई है. वैसे भी मैं पूछूंगा कि ऐसे बैट्समैन को आप आउट कैसे करेंगे. सो ये अगर स्टंप्स है तो वो खड़े होते हैं ऐसे ऐसे करके, ठीक है जी. उसके बाद वो स्टंप्स भी दिखाते हैं और क्योंकि ये अनऑर्थोडॉक्स है वैस, सो उनके जो टाइमिंग है ना वो बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है कि वो फिर साइड पे जाएं और ये पाँव जो है वो कहीं इधर ना निकल जाए, ये पाँव इधर ना रहे. बट इम्पॉर्टेंटली क्योंकि इतने वो वेल रिहर्स्ड है कि वो यहाँ से आके अपनी पोजीशन साइड ऑन पे ले लेते हैं और उनके लिए काम करती है ये चीज़.
तो आपका मतलब है रैम कि एवरी टाइम फवाद आलम को प्रिसाइज होना पड़ता है अपने हर बॉल से पहले.
आपको पता है वैस एग्जांपल है लासित मलिंगा की. लासित मलिंगा जो थे वो यहाँ से बॉल करते थे और अगर वो कहीं पहले यहाँ से रिलीज कर दें तो वाइड हो जाते थे. सो उनका भी प्रिसाइज थी. वो अनऑर्थोडॉक्सी में भी प्रिसीजन था. इसी तरह से इनकी अनऑर्थोडॉक्सी में प्रिसीजन है कि वो यहाँ से खड़े होके फिर वो यहाँ टर्न करते हैं और यहाँ अगर चले गए तो गए, यहाँ गए तो उनकी विकेटें एक्सपोज हो जाएंगी. सो उस लिहाज से जो है ये मुश्किल काम है और मैं वैस से यही पूछना चाहूँगा कि ऐसे बैट्समैन को आप कहाँ पे बॉल करेंगे वैस. बिकॉज मैं अगर बॉलर हूँ जो कि मैं नहीं था, सो वो मैं तो सीधा उसकी जड़ों में गेंद मारूँ यॉर्कर लेंथ के, उसको मैं इतना मौका ही ना दूँ कि वो साइड ऑन आके पोजीशन ले.
बट आई थिंक इसके स्टांस में जो एक चीज़ देखी है, अच्छी चीज़ मैंने देखी है कि डिलीवर होने से पहले वो चेंज कर चुका होता है. ट्रिगर उसकी मूवमेंट हो चुकी होती है. तो इसका मतलब जब मैं बॉल करने आऊँगा वो ऑलरेडी उस पोजीशन में होगा. बट यस, ऐसे बैट्समैन को कई दफ़ा बॉलर बड़ा सोचता है कि यार इसका स्टांस कैसा है, मैं इसको क्या करूं, कहाँ करूं. द आइडिया इज़ कि ऐसा जब बैट्समैन आता है कोई ऑकवर्ड सा, यू थिंक अबाउट योर ओन बॉलिंग, डोंट थिंक अबाउट उसका स्टांस क्या है. तुम अपने प्लान के मुताबिक जाओ कि मैंने इसको मिडल से बाहर निकालना है या नया आया तो इसको सीधे मैंने इसके यॉर्कर करने हैं, जड़ों में मारना है.
या तो स्टंप्स को भी एम कर सकते हैं. अगर आपको बैट्समैन लग रहा है कि वो इधर देख रहा है तो सडनली आप स्टंप्स की तरफ जो है वो आप अपनी लेंथ को.
अगर थोड़ा सा मुझे याद है मैं काफ़ी मैचेस खेला हूँ चंद्रपॉल के खिलाफ, वन ऑफ द ग्रेट्स ऑफ द गेम. 11,000 उसके टेस्ट रन्स हैं. आई थिंक 160 टेस्ट मैचेस हैं. सो मैंने उसको, मुझे बड़ा आसान लगता था बिकॉज ऑकवर्ड था और उसके लिए बाय द टाइम वो ऐसे आता था, वो आता नंबर 5 पे था, रिवर्स हो रहा होता था पाकिस्तान में, तो यहाँ उसके पैडों पे लगता था, मोस्टली उसके पैडों में विकेटों में लगता था. तो मैं भी अगर इसको ऐसा हो कि बैट्समैन आए तो मैं शुरू में चांस तो ज़रूर लूँ सीधा इसकी विकेटों में मारने का.
Well, fascinating insight, guys. Definitely lots to learn from both of you. But we've been looking at the pitch and how it's been turning and spinning, and already we're into day 3. So let's see what the pitch is saying today. It's over to Mike Hazeman.
So this day 3 pitch is going to be interesting, but what I want to do first is look back at what happened on the first couple of days on this pitch, and let's have a look at all the deliveries that misbehaved on day 1. Now there were 11 balls, as a mix of the balls from the seamers and also from the spinners that bounced awkwardly, kept low or raised a little bit, hit the gloves, or of course Shah got involved and also got some good turn out of some rough spots. So there were 11 balls in total that misbehaved, which could have caused some damage on day 1, and that's where 14 wickets fell. What about day 2? We had 4 wickets fall on day 2. Here's all the balls, all of them that misbehaved on day 2. Here they are, all of them. There we go, there's 1 and there's 2. That's it, that's all it was. Just 2 on day 2. So I want to now show you a split of the days of the pitch. Okay, we're going to look at the pitch before the test started. We're going to look at the pitch that's on the left, in the middle, at the end of day 1, how it's scarring a bit, and then at the end of day 2, how it's scarred even more. The reason I'm pointing out that scarring will come to you shortly, but first of all, let me just have a look at some of these cracks. Now this is where the seamers, on day 1 in particular, got a bit of variable bounce. You can see there's some cracks where the ball has hit the crack and has done something a little bit different. So those cracks are obviously widened, so that's a possibility, I suppose. But I want to go down here, because South Africa are going to be doing most of the batting, and this is where Shah is going to be bowling into. He's got a big area, a big target. He's going to be bowling in here, and this is just going to be perfect for him as a wrist spinner, and more importantly, the fact that South Africa have got 3 batsmen who are left-handers in their top 7. So I think it's going to be a real challenge. And with the South Africans only having finger spinners, and of course Pakistan having Yasir Shah, this is going to be tough. So I think this is going to be the name of the game today on day 3.
Well, I'll tell you what, Yasir Shah and Noman Ali are going to be licking their fingers, looking at that with all that rough that has been created there. But we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, there's plenty to look forward to. And I'm sure that you guys don't want to leave your seats. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
If the first day of the first test ultimately belonged to South Africa, there was absolutely no doubt as to who ruled the roost at the National Stadium in Karachi on day 2. What Pakistan desperately required when they came out to bat was a solid start to proceedings. And Fawad Alam and Azhar Ali delivered with interest.
54. Azhar Ali.
A 94-run partnership put the home team back on the front foot. Where yesterday the visitors were ruthless in the field, today 2 drops would cost them dear.
Oh, dropped.
Put down on 35, Fawad would make the Proteas pay with a magnificent century.
And brings it out where the maximum is 3rd century in Test match cricket.
He was ably assisted by Fahim Ashraf, who scored a fine 50 of his own.
Brings up 50.
A lead of 88, a couple of wickets in hand, the scorecard would suggest that Pakistan now hold the upper hand. But only a fool would bet on the outcome of this one. Day 3 promises to be a cracker.
Hello and welcome. National Stadium, Karachi, all set for the 3rd day of this first test match. And Pakistan ruled the roost yesterday with some fantastic batting, and they've managed to get themselves into quite a position because of this man, Fawad Alam. Fantastic with the bat. He's got a conversion rate of 3 out of 300%. Yesterday was sublime against spin, and courageous batting all around. Difficult wicket to bat on, but made sure that he batted as he normally does, gave himself time and got to 100, and that meant that Pakistan are in front. They're now in front by 88, and all because of the man from Moments away, start of day 3, and a lot on his plate. Captain South Africa, but for him, very important that we have a look at the pitch and what that says.
So this day 3 pitch is going to be interesting, but what I want to do first is look back at what happened on the first couple of days on this pitch, and let's have a look at all the deliveries that misbehaved on day 1. Now there were 11 balls. It's a mix of the balls from the seamers and also from the spinners that bounced awkwardly, kept low, or raised a little bit, hit the gloves, or of course Shah got involved and also got some good turn out of some rough spots. So there were 11 balls in total that misbehaved, which could have caused some damage on day 1, and that's where 14 wickets fell. What about day 2? We had 4 wickets fall on day 2. Here's all the balls, all of them, that misbehaved on day 2. Here they are, all of them. There we go, there's 1 and there's 2. That's it, that's all it was. Just 2 on day 2. So I want to now show you a split of the days of the pitch. Okay, we're going to look at the pitch before the test started. We're going to look at the pitch that's on the left, in the middle, at the end of day 1, how it's scarring a bit, and then at the end of day 2, how it's scarred even more. The reason I'm pointing out that scarring will come to you shortly, but first of all, let me just have a look at some of these cracks. Now this is where the seamers, on day 1 in particular, got a bit of variable bounce. You can see there's some cracks where the ball has hit the crack and has done something a little bit different. So there's those cracks are obviously widened. So that's a possibility, I suppose. But I want to go down here because South Africa are going to be doing most of the batting. And this is where Shah is going to be bowling into. He's got a big area, a big target. He's going to be bowling in here, and this is just going to be perfect for him as a wrist spinner. And more importantly, the fact that South Africa have got 3 batsmen who are left-handers in their top 7. So I think it's going to be a real challenge. And with the South Africans only having finger spinners, and of course Pakistan having Yasir Shah, this is going to be tough. So I think this is going to be the name of the game today on day 3.
Yeah, certainly going to be a challenge for South Africa when they bat. Right now, they need a couple of wickets and need them quickly because Pakistan lead by 88, and Hassan Ali is quite a dangerous player. Wasim up room with me. Oh, start of the day. Wasim, good morning.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. What a day for Pakistan yesterday. The way they came back, I'm happy for the team itself. They'll give them a lot of confidence, not just for this test match, for the whole series and the future series coming up. But the main man, Fawad Alam, 100, 3 in 3. Pakistan ahead by 88 runs. They have 2 wickets in hand. Every run is important. And I think, Bazid, what the pitch report Mike Hazeman just told us, that it appears and it looks, I had a look at the pitch as well in the morning, it's actually got better than the first day. That's really something very odd, but I suppose it's good for Pakistan. Any lead with 2 good spinners, experienced spinners in the squad, Yasir Shah and Noman, who is batting on 6, and Hassan Ali with him, a very dangerous player again, like Bazid said. He can play some shots, he's in good nick with bat too.
Nokia given the ball straight away. And the field set. And we're off. And straight away, Hassan Ali punches it through the offside. He'll come back for 2. One thing that they have to watch out for, South Africa, is that Hassan Ali will not back down. He'll play his shots.
He'll play his game. He's an attacking player, Hassan Ali. And now he himself should consider that he's an all-rounder, not a bowler who can bat. The way he played in the finals, the Quetta Trophy finals, got 100, and where he was when he came, and where his team was when he came out to bat.
Another little punch through the offside, another couple of runs, so straight away the leads now gone on to 92. Hassan Ali will play his shots, and you talked about how the pitch has improved. Normally is the case in Karachi. First day, lots of wickets fall, and then it started to get better for batting. Well, there is wear and tear, but normally it doesn't really spin that much. I was surprised first day it was spinning so much, and that sort of created doubts that maybe this pitch was slightly different, but it's gone back to what Karachi does normally.
I mean, this defies every logic apparently the wicket is very dry and turning and uneven the first day. Obviously second day is bent to get worse and worse, but in this case it's actually getting better. It's a lead of 92. If these two can take the lead to 120-25, that would be ideal situation for Pakistan. And like I just said, especially two spinners in the playing 11 with Zasir Shah and Noman Ali, they can actually put a lot of pressure on the South African batting.
Beautifully played through the offside. That's timed really well. He stood up and punched it through cover, back foot punch. And Hassan Ali with a classy boundary.
Stunning shot. Sheer timing. No power, just timing. Have a look. Slightly wide, back foot. And then little punch through extra cover. Good shifting of the weight from Hassan Ali. 96 now lead.
8 runs off the first 4 balls. Remember, he was bowled off a no ball, and these things come back and bite you, don't they? And straight away, he's got 8 off the first 4. He is a dangerous player, lower order player, and he is in form, so South Africa need to be careful.
Nokia is warming up, 136 kilometers. Usually he bowls at 140 to 145, 150 at times, but not on this pitch. But you know, our psyche was very different. Waqar, myself, Shoaib Akhtar, the great Imran. The slower the wicket, the quicker we used to bowl. That was the idea. But I suppose when you come from the country where pitches have a lot more bounce, when you see a pitch like this, psychologically puts an extra pressure on you. The bouncer, 3-1-6 for 8.
Yeah, 8 off the first over of the day. Hassan Ali, well, he's struck off the last ball of that over, but he got 8 runs. Short ball, difficult on slow pitches.
Yeah, it was impossible. It wasn't the best delivery. It was uneven, it kept low, hit him on his glove. Bowled well, Rabada. 45 for 2 in his 23. 1 slip for him only.
At the outside edge, and that'll race away to the fence. Lead now 100 and counting.
These runs will hurt South Africa. Bit of reverse swing in place, outside edge, and the boundary for Pakistan. Lead is 100 now.
Hey, you talked about the pitch being bizarre, but yesterday South Africa, after that second new ball, leaked a lot of runs. Last hour they went for 60 runs. And again, with the single, and suddenly they lost control, and it's now carrying on. The lead now over 100.
And sometimes you don't have to take the new ball for after 80 overs. You can wait till 90 overs. If the opposition are not getting easy runs, what happens with the new ball? If it's a seaming pitch, if it's a bouncy track, okay. If it's tail end there, grab a new ball. But if it's reversing a bit, look at this. That was the uneven bounce we were talking about. On any other pitch, he would have gone over his head. But look at this. It was waist height.
Yeah, he bowled really well with the old ball, got the ball to reverse. Pakistan with a lead over 100, and the pitch, well, you would think would be difficult with that short of a length. Pakistan batsman, especially Fawad Alam, got hit a few times. Goes over the top, bouncing away, another couple of runs. So it's a steady flow of runs this morning.
Yeah, that's the unevenness in the pitch we were talking about. It is difficult against the fast bowlers, especially the short ball. And Fahim got hit on his helmet as well. He was okay though. A lot of courage they showed, the Pakistani boys, that's for sure. He's got him. 200 wickets for Rabada. What a performance, what a bowler. Given away 7 runs and got the important wicket of Hassan Ali. A very average shot from Hassan Ali. Play straight, play towards mid-on, mid-off. It was a slog.
Yeah, the ball coming back in by Rabada. 200 wickets, average under 23. What a bowler he is, what an athlete. He was unlucky not to get this yesterday, but again, on the middle stump, the ball angling back in at pace. It was a slog, but he bowled straight. You miss, I hit. Rabada hits the top of middle, and Hassan Ali departs. Out for 21, it's 323 for 9. Yasir Shah walks in at number 11. He's got a test match 100 at Adelaide. Average of 13 still, but no 50s, so he can boast on being 100% record in conversions.
And that too against the Australians. Day-night test match, ping ball, Hazelwood, Stark, Pat Cummins. So definitely he can bat for sure, yeah.
So Rabada bowling to Yasir Shah. Rabada's got to 200. Yasir Shah was the quickest to 200. And a nice little cover drive for him, but a successful over. The Giso doing it again. 323 for 9. Rabada, what a bowler he's been for South Africa, and made sure he hit the middle stump. Little tail back, but nice and straight, hit the top of middle stump and gets to 200 wickets. An athlete for sure, but a top-class bowler.
Great performance, averaging just under 23, 44 test matches, 200 wickets, the 4th youngest in the history of test cricket.
So youngest to 200 wickets in Test match cricket. Waqar Yunus, Kapil Dev, Harbhajan Singh and Kishore Rabada. 25 years, 248 days. Waqar Yunus, top of the pile, 24 years and 26 days. The outside edge, well, it's got its way down to third man, to the fence.
Every run is important for Pakistan. Another boundary, another 4 runs. Lead is 107 now. Numan is on 15, he can bat, I believe. 10 50s in first-class cricket for Numan Ali. Bit of reverse swing in place, bottom edge, and boundary.
Leg buys this time. Almost to the fence. Another couple of runs.
So exactly I was trying to explain yesterday that as a bowler, if you bowl one in swing, one out swing with the reverse swing, you don't get your line right on. So he bowled one. First one was the out swing, went for the 4, and then that was the in swing. And obviously the line wasn't right. He was drifting down leg side, and that's where I think the bowling coach will work with him eventually, that he has to aim off stump. He'll finish middle off. So he was aiming off, it finished down leg side.
Right now, Azim bhai, you'd want every ball to be attacking the stumps or finishing within those stumps.
You see, with tail-enders, you gotta unsettle them. You can't just come unless they're seaming track and they're on a back foot. You bowl line length. On this pitch, you just bowl a couple of bouncers, one yorker, just upset them, upset their routine. That's the idea. You can't just bowl line and length and expect them. They'll make mistake eventually, but they'll also get some runs from you. You know, you can have leg gully or 45 and then come over the wicket and just try a couple of bounces toward his chest and then bowl a length ball, in swing length ball or a full yorker.
.329 for 9. If you're South African, you might as well look away. 28 matches won, just the one loss when Pakistan lead by 100 in home tests. Appeal, or it may be going down leg side.
Going down leg side is swinging quite a bit. 100 lead, 100 plus lead on this pitch is sufficient. They have to be very careful when Pakistan will come out to bowl with the new ball. Don't leak away extra runs, unnecessary runs, attack the wickets a lot more.
Just pitching outside leg, needs to get the ball to get back into the pads or seam back into the pads to actually have a chance. Rabada searching for that 4th wicket. Way down the leg side.
It's a great record, 100+ lead at home in test matches by Pakistan. 38 games, 28 won. They lost one. Where was that, Bazid? Any idea? And who was the captain? Just check by Mazhar.
Well, the defeat was against Sri Lanka at Islamabad 1995. And apparently you didn't bowl in the second innings, so I'm blaming it on you.
Who was the captain?
The captain, I think, was Ramiz Raja. So all the culprits are in the com box.
The reason I didn't bowl, I don't remember in second dig, because I probably was injured.
Or just tired.
Bored, maybe.
Correct. Beautiful delivery. That's an extraordinary delivery. Nips back. Beats the inside edge.
Good sign if you're Pakistani fast bowler. This unevenness in the pitch. Lead 110 now. And that's the area you should be aiming at. Look at the bounce there. Suddenly came out of nowhere. It was meant to be in swing. He nipped back a bit. And then he's kept on going straight.
Oh, no bounce on that. He's been given a no ball. The Yorker went wrong.
Yeah, I was tempted. Yorker didn't happen. An umpire thought he was above waist height. So one first warning, I suppose. Let's have a look. Weight is on a front foot. Good technique by Noman. Nicely played. The call is for two. They're coming back for two. He's got to hurry up, Noman. Good running. 3-3-2 for 9.
Triple Nelson. And the overs bowls are Nelson, so wicket round the corner.
Close call by the umpire. Called a no ball. And I think he agreed. Aleem Dar, who's standing at as a leg umpire, nodded at Hassan Raza. Yes, that's a no ball. That's above waist height. It's good communication between these two. Very experienced Aleem Dar. 100+ test matches. Short delivery. Ball will race away to the boundary. Yes, important one for Pakistan. Well played, Yasser.
$29 runs scored already this morning. We're just into the 5th over, so runs have been leaked. It's down the leg side, helps it away. Very crucial runs. The lead now 117 and growing.
Not a bit expensive, 2 for 100 already. He's into his 27th over. Because this for 2. They're going to come back easy. Good running. 31 runs had been scored so far. Brilliant. Pakistan ahead by 119 now.
Yeah, the 95 Pakistan game against Sri Lanka, which Sri Lanka eventually won by 42 runs. Sri was 4 for 45, Rumi's by 75 in the first inning, so he did his job. The only test match that Pakistan have lost after gaining a lead of 100, very similar to what's happening out there right now. So 223, South Africa got 220, Pakistan 333. And a pull shot means that they're into the 340s. First innings almost look identical, very similar. 223, 333, 220, and now it's what, 341 for 9. So they need, South Africa needs someone to get 100, get to 350, 360.
So runs are coming easy for Pakistani tail. Full delivery, nicely played with the full face of the bat. Another single. And that shows that Pakistan team is fighting, because when the tail fights, the number 7, 8, 9 or 9, 10, 11, when they fight, it means the fighting spirit is there. And so we've seen the way Fawad batted, the way Azhar Ali batted, the way Fahim Ashraf batted, and now Noman and Yasir are trying. Yasir is on 10 of 7, Noman is on 17.
Pakistan lead 122. And South Africa need to close this out, because these are dangerous runs and their lead swelling. 5 overs, 34 runs. So there's not been a lot of control. Need to finish this off. Yasir Shah just pleasantly drives it through the covers, times that beautifully well. Classy boundary, number 11.
What a shot from Yasir Shah. The balance was there. The timing was there. No power, just sheer timing from Yasir Shah. Beautiful shot. He's raced on 14 of just 8 deliveries.
And you said Yasir Shah, tail ender. He takes offense to that nowadays. He says not many batsmen have got hundreds in Australia.
I agree, but in this game he's batting at number 11. So if you bat at number 11, you kind of a tail ender.
Yeah, he's got a test match 100. So.
Yeah, I understand that. I think that he was batting at number 8.
Calls for 2. And he'll get 2. He's already on to 16.
So they got 2 slips, in fact, the second slip and a third slip, and Yasir just, edged it towards third man, and now they're changing the field. There should be slip and a gully, and this point fielder at the boundary should be towards third man, a little finer. So now there's a better field set.
There we go, the outside edge, and that'll get to the fence. So the third man very square. Wasim Akram furious.
Must be so frustrating for the South African captain. 44 runs in 5.4 overs since the beginning of the play this morning. So far, third man should be a little finer. That fielder in front of point should be towards behind point. A simple field set. Don't complicate your fielding positions. Very nicely played. In swing, he was expecting it. Played with the straight bat. Yasir Shah is on 20 of 12.
The last over, just nipping back in. Wasn't given out. Umpire's call. So yeah, close, but not close enough. Reviews anyway. South Africa don't have any reviews, so they don't have a chance to review anything or take it upstairs.
Young fast bowler Nokia is not looking very happy, I suppose. Oh, another good shot. Good fielding, good effort. 352 for 9.
Yasir Shah 21 of 13, and he's going at 160 strike rate, so piling on the runs. And Pakistan lead by 133, looking to make sure that they have enough. And spinner brought on, Maharaj. We're talking about Yasir Shah and number 11 getting 100 in Test match cricket. Only 2 other players have done so. Wasim Raja got 100 and then batted number 11. This is West Indies in Karachi, 1975. Salim Malik batted number 11 once, and he was another player who got 100 or got many hundreds in Test match cricket. But these are Pakistan players, and Yasir Shah now has been added to that list. Credit goes to Andrew Sampson, a fantastic statsman who's just tweeted that. But I think recently it's Stuart Broad, just about 10 days ago, batted number 11. He's got a Test match 100. So Yasir Shah in, well, especially Pakistan list, he's an elite quality. So 134, Wasim bhai, is that, you think that's plenty?
Not plenty, but enough. In a way, I can attack and also defend. If Pakistan comes out to bowl, bigger pail, maybe outside off stump. Good decision by Aleem Dar. The only thing Pakistan team should worry about when they come out to bowl, not to leak runs with the new ball, especially first 5 to 8 overs. But 150 would be an ideal lead on this pitch. Nicely played. The PSL belongs here, Noman. Got a couple of wickets on his debut. Now he's on 17, looking comfortable. Good for him. You spoke too soon.
Pakistan in this test match with Shaheen Shah Afridi batting as a night watchman, they've got depth to that batting. It's showing. This last wicket partnership, 31. .354 for 9.
.46 runs scored in the first half an hour. So Pakistan mean business. South Africa must still be thinking about the positivity in this game. Somehow got to muster courage and have that smile on their faces. Make sure that they're not out of this game, because it can mentally drag you down, this kind of workload, this kind of lead. Daryl, good morning.
Good morning, Rameez, and good morning to all our viewers. Well, I'm thinking South Africa, it's looking a good pitch today. That's the general talk. You spoke of that determination. That's what they need to come with when they do get onto the field to bat, led by the likes of Du Plessis, and that man Elgar has played some of his best innings when it's been backs to the wall for South Africa. So I'm quietly predicting that we can expect a good batting performance from them.
Somehow got to compartmentalize the two. The bowling effort, they try their level best, just didn't work out in the end. So now the job is to bat well.
Well, the bowling attacks has discovered what it's like to bowl in this part of the world. Let's also mention that it's a new experience for all of them. So I really hope that what they've taken out of yesterday, I was looking forward to seeing what they'd learned from it, but they've battled with their lines in particular this morning. I would have been tempted to, well, I would have started with Maharaj. He's now into the attack, and then rotated Rabada and Nortje and Ngidi from the end that Rabada's bowling from, and say to them, right, you've got 4 overbursts, you need to run in, you need to hit the stumps with the odd bouncer. But again, probably a bit like yesterday, they've been a bit tentative, haven't, at times yesterday, particularly after the tea break, they showed good intensity, but that's also just been a little bit lacking this morning.
Up in the air and falling short of advancing Rabada.
But in terms of South Africa batting second, what's looming, and I'll repeat it, is the threat of Yasir Shah. And where they are right now, you've got to say that they've got to get 300 plus. They wouldn't want anything less than 200, I think, to bowl at Pakistan.
It's been an effective partnership. Looking at a partnership of 34 now. Last wicket partnership. Pakistan lead by 137, 357 for 9. Damage caused by Fawad Azhar Ali partnership. Then Fawad was engaged with Rizwan. Fawad with Fahim. Reached the 100 mark. Hassan Ali also contributed quite cleverly. And so this pair now worrying South Africa. 34-run stand. Little irritants that can mar your thinking, your progress. You want to get rid of the tail as ASAP, because that can just bog them down and get them frustrated. Nothing more than that, because the wicket is round the corner. They're thinking about it, yet the results are not coming. That's gone through. Had to be put away for 4. It was a lollipop offered.
I was just thinking that if you're not getting the wickets, you need to restrict the runs. And this towel is scored quickly. Current run rate over 3. Yasser Shah has gone at more than run a ball.
Not easy when you bowl, when you've been in the field for such a long time, then to dive and save a 4. Nokia, they're struggling. Interesting to see the variation in spin, the degree of spin. What will Maharaj get today compared to yesterday?
Well, on that point, what do you think South Africa will feel comfortable with? Obviously as many as possible, but where they feel we've got something to bowl at.
Day 4, day 5 pitch, for example, batting in the 4th innings can have its own demons. And so South Africa need to play on the minds of Pakistani batsmen. The top order didn't look in order. So maybe a lead of 150 could make this a very interesting contest. Ask Pakistan to get those runs on a day 4 pitch after tea maybe, or day 5 performance with the bat. It can have its own dynamics.
If they have to bat again.
I think it's still a battable pitch. Nothing much has been happening off the straight. It's straight deliveries from Maharaj. We've often seen them to just stay the course when it's pitched within that set of stumps. Three, 6-1 for 9.
What has really been good has been the weather. It was expected, but the temperatures in the morning, throughout the day, are ideal for cricket. Clear skies.
It's a well-manicured outfield. Ground staff has done an extremely good job. Boundaries are fair-sized that keep the spinners in play. Lungi Ngidi is in, 2 for 55. Different to Rabada in style and execution, more a line and length bowler, not as pacey as Rabada or Nokia.
Bit under bowled yesterday, so he should be fresh this morning.
Missing the target, ball keeping low. So if you want to watch the action, there's another facility for you. You can live stream in Pakistan, youtube.com/c/Pakistan Cricket Official. And I believe the pictures are stunning on YouTube. So that lead now almost touching 150. Another psychological barrier will be broken. 150 lead. Now, how to first get around that 150 deficit and then to make sure you get another 150. So we're talking about a 300 deal here for South Africa with the bat.
I think it'll be need to be a bit more than that. At least 350 now. 200's something to bowl at. But they're a tough bunch. The likes of Van der Dussen, he likes to occupy the crease. He's an experienced first-class cricketer. He's making his way in Test cricket, but he just shows mentally that he can cope, wants to cope with these sorts of situations. Elgar, don't need to say anything more about him. He's proven himself as a tough performer. Du Plessis, another one playing good cricket. I thought he got a good ball in the first innings, so he'll want to bat well come the second innings.
How good was that from Yasir Shah? Quite dismissive in his style.
So useful in Test cricket when you bat well at 8, 9, 10, 11.
Especially on a surface like this, especially when you've been, what, about 30 odd for 4. To reach to this milestone in a way, you know, lead of 150 is just terrific performance, and you had to get the tail engaged as well. Made them work and realize the importance of the situation. Every run counts in Test match cricket, and so don't throw your wicket away.
But what's impressive about them, Rom, is they look like batsmen. You know, it's not your typical 9, 10, 11, that one short or one full straight one. They look very, very comfortable, competent. So it's been good for Pakistan, to the way that they've recovered, and Yunus Khan, the batting coach, and Misbah would have no doubt have had a good chat and urged them on yesterday morning that they need to stand up to the South African pace, and that they've done.
Completely at home playing in such conditions, so that's the advantage that they would have. They've been dealt a very hard hand of late, you know, not being able to play at home. Wouldn't have been easy. But here you get that feel that you can conquer the conditions because you're so used playing on such surfaces. You know how much the ball will misbehave or bounce, and so if one bounces more, then you still find, because you know that was an aberration. And they're generally very good against low bounce. Pakistani batsmen, 364 for now.
We touched on it yesterday, Ramis, but the whole idea of playing at home, it must have a big psychological boost for Pakistan. Now, working away from home, it's never the same as being at home. It's more than just about the cricket, it's the environment. It's a bit difficult at the moment because they're in a bio bubble, but spending more time at home always helps.
Not only they've shown good hand with the bat, the tail enders, and the last wicket partnership is now worth 41, but they're thinking like batsmen as well. That was a good single take, and normally when you got the tail, they just look to slog the ball, and so in between every now and then we see them steal a run. Big shot. That's travelled all the way for 6. Yasir Shah. Brilliant. What a strike that is.
Maharaj decided just to get it up a little bit. You get the feeling that Yasir Shah was waiting for that. It's up. It's continuing to go up. And that's exactly what it did. Just flighted it a little bit more, just the right length, and that's a decent cricket shot. I think he's enjoyed this.
Yeah, a little bit more flight invited that big hit down the ground.
Top score at this ground. He's on the honours board outside the commentary box. 303.
Stylish cut shot. Couple of runs to Yasir Shah. Well, this is now a 50-run partnership and a contribution. Yasir Shah on 37 of just 30 balls. And good of Noman as well, because he's playing his first test match and he's not thrown his wicket away. He hasn't looked under pressure at all. Seems to be enjoying this gig.
That's the way to bat, yeah. A lot of determination, patience. I hope South Africa will take something out of these two, the way they've played, and particularly though, a guy like Fawad Alam, I can't say enough about that knock. A very memorable one for him personally, the situation he came in. You don't see those sorts of knocks too often.
Another bang down the ground. This time it's Noman. Maharaj is at the receiving end. Twice now airlifted.
This is hurting South Africa. This is rubbing salt into the wound. Again, in a very good, decent cricket shot, straight down the ground.
Got to the pitch of the ball, killed the spin if there was any. Straight away. Slow spill out of the rough, managed very easily by Noman. It's 378 for now. It's a beautiful picture of National Stadium, Karachi. Pakistan have worked tirelessly and made sure that partnerships were worth something in the end, and they've really contributed well to the cause. Fawad Azhar, Fawad Rizwan, Fawad Fahim, and now this pair, Yasir Noman. There's always a bit of this. Tapal Danedar. Go for it. Drinks are, by the way, 10 minutes away, so breaking the fast here.
I've taken a liking to the mixed tea in the morning.
Masala tea or just mixed tea?
I don't know, because Mohammed is a very friendly guy at breakfast. He says, you want regular tea or mixed tea? We don't serve it like that in South Africa, but it's quite rich and perhaps a little hint of spice there.
Yeah, they do a nice job at breakfast. Up in the air once again, surviving well is Yasir Shah. He's got a big smile on his face as well. He's been lucky. You've got to be lucky when you're batting at number 11 and contributing well.
There was a time yesterday that South Africa had a silly point. Not quite that close, but this may have just lobbed perfectly into his hands. Under the circumstances, is not the case. More of a defensive field right now by South Africa. They've got no other choice.
Missing the stumps. The idea is right. Get that ball back into the stumps. And it's really has been an impressive show. They've been lucky, all right, but it's just the determination and the passion behind the act that is wonderful to watch. Some good shots from Yasir Shah. Has batted particularly well against spin. Big shot down the ground for 6. Noman on debut has batted extremely well and intelligently and not thrown it away.
Now Ngedi yesterday generally looked to take the ball away, and throughout this test match Wasim Akram has spoken about bringing the ball back. And then South Africa generally have looked to use the in-swinger as the surprise ball. Now I wonder if it shouldn't have been the other way around. Bring it back, and then look at taking the odd one away as a variation. They seem to have stuck more with that, taking the ball away. And all the boundaries we saw there this morning came from a bit of width. Again, straight back in. With the lead at 158, Pakistan 378 for 9.
.378 for 9. Pakistan clearly in the driving seat here. 158 runs ahead of South Africa, and I think this fight back will give them a lot of hope moving forward for the kill. 30 odd for 4, and to be in such a strong position, it's quite remarkable for a side that was sort of roughed up in New Zealand quite recently.
Well, I think I'll say it again, and nice opportunity to say it again, that before the match, history had said that the side losing the toss and having to bowl first has won 17 test matches. To the side that has won the toss and batted, they've only won 7.
Yes! Gone. Finger is raised by the umpire. They go for a review. But I thought it was close. It was quicker from
director.
the
We
left
have a play
arm.
review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin vision, please. It's nice and slow. Just keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra-edge, please. Just keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line, roll it through to the pad, please. He's satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitch outside off, impact in line. Wicket sitting, go back to on-field umpire. Alim, stay with your original decision. You're on screen, please signal. Thank you.
Very good call by Aleem Dar, because he had to read the script out of the rough, how much the ball was spinning, whether it was hitting the stumps or not, but it looked out. Quicker one from Maharaj, and now the process with the bat starts for South Africa. How shaken will they be with this bowling performance? They had Pakistan on the mat, really, 30 odd for 4, and then to let go of that situation, that position, and end up with a deficit of 158 is going to hurt them quite badly. Yasir Shah remain not out, batted well, 38 of just 37 balls, but Pakistan produced a great fight back to be in a strong position on day 3 of this test match.
51 runs between them. Right, South Africa got some work to do. Now, Dean Elgar is a very fine player. He's a gutsy player. He likes these sort of situations. He likes challenges. Markram is someone who has been out of sorts in Test match cricket. We've talked about the fact that he hasn't scored a Test 100 for a while, but why not today? That's what he'll be thinking, and of course his teammates will be thinking the same as well. Had a good look at the track earlier, and the track looks okay. I mean, I do think that Yashir Shah is going to be a handful, particularly with 3 left-handers in the top 7 in the batting stakes as far as South Africa is concerned, but I don't think there's going to be too many perils you're facing the seamers. Yes, there are going to be 1 or 2 balls to keep a little bit low, or maybe just bounce a bit, because it is a little bit cracked, and therefore the cracks have opened a little bit, and they will crumble as we go on in this Test match. So they can expect that, but of course you can't play for that. Just got to play normally. And Afridi's a fine bowler, fine young bowler. So Markram it is. But they've really got to play superbly, South Africa. They're up against it well and truly. One stage they were thinking of maybe of trying to track down that lead of somewhere about the 70 mark, but it's double that. Average of nearly 40, just over 1,500 runs. And I'll be interested to see if they are more effective with reverse swing a little bit later on, the Pakistan bowlers. Look at Dean Elgar's numbers. 66 matches, terrific average, terrific runs actually throughout his career. 4,200, best of 199. Here we go. The start of South Africa's effort in the second innings. It's nice and positive. And the outfield's extremely quick still.
He starts off with a beautiful shot off the back foot. Just rode the bounce, punches it through the offside. It's a boundary you'd like to hit straight away, but the class written all over that with that 4. But he needs to watch out for that ball swinging back into the pads.
Yeah, that's been a bit of an issue and something he's been working on for a long time. So the track is slow. The bowling not so much. I've really been impressed, Baz, with Afridi. I think he's a real talent.
Yeah, past year or so he's the leader of the attack in all formats. Test cricket, one-day cricket, T20 as well, bowls well with the new ball. And he keeps on running in. Pakistan went to Australia, they didn't have a good time of it, but he was the best bowler who just kept on running in no matter the situation, which you always want as a captain. And the ability to get the ball to swing back into the right-hander with the new ball, he uses that to great effect because he makes sure that he attacks the stumps straight away. Right now we've not seen the ball swing back, but when he does get the ball to swing back, normally it finishes within the stumps, and that gets him a lot of wickets.
Yeah, he did that in South Africa consistently. Over 6'4", already nudging the 140 mark, 140 k's per hour. That's beautifully bowled. He's getting lots of encouragement from his teammates. 75 overs left in the day, by the way, so there's still plenty of cricket to unfold today. What a turnaround from Pakistan. 4 down for very few. After rolling South Africa out for 220. South Africa lost their last 8 for 112, and 4 sharp ones going down on day 1. And now to be in this extremely powerful position.
First test match in Karachi, and make sure he stamped his authority, stamped his name on this National Cricket Stadium. It's his home ground, and what a fitting start for him. Well, it was the first test match where Pakistan batted really deep, and it showed.
And that's a good first over, really is. 4 for none. It's a beautiful day in Karachi. 22 degrees at the moment. Just perfect. Almost Hassan Ali. De Noga takes a little bit of time just to make sure he's nice and organised, as you should do, and never be rushed by the bowlers. Got his set routine. Two slips in the gully. And the slips in the gully are quite close, as you'd expect with this track being on the low side. First slip almost had to take that one.
And you think for South Africa, maybe one, maybe two players need to stand up, need to get a big score. Big score, you need three-figure score. This man on screen, he's been the best opener for quite a while in world cricket, testing conditions. But what they do want is, yes, fast bowlers and then the spinners, they need to have game plans against spin as well. So in the first innings where Elgar himself threw it away against spin, but since 2016, he's been the best opener going around.
Yeah, that's good. That really is good stuff. 900s as well. He's just a banker for the captain. That's the important thing. Quinton de Kock being the skipper at the moment, the stand-in skipper. Elgar was in the running for that job. Determination from De Noga is a terrific attribute, and it's a sort of attribute you need as a captain too, by the way. Outstanding determination.
Yeah, and just with that average that he's got over 40, that's a really top-notch average, because in world cricket, especially nowadays, you test a lot by the new ball, but the conditions that he plays in South Africa, very spicy wickets. And you look down that list and you think Dave Warner and the one or two of the others have it easier, because just on the fact that they're playing at home on better pitches. So David Warner averages 46, but he plays a lot of cricket at home. When he went to England, he struggled with the ball swinging around. South Africa, well, the conditions don't really help the openers at all.
Aiden Markram there down the bottom with those 400s when he first started playing. That's a beautiful shot. That's a lovely drive. That is so well controlled. He'll like that one, De Noga.
They picked up the length. The length was full enough to actually extend those arms. It's quite wide offside, but he made sure, because of the length, he was able to punch this through the covers.
All bowlers know you've got to bowl around about that fifth stump line to Elgar. It's well outside the line of off stump. No real dramas there for someone of the experience of Alim Dar. End of the over, 8 for none. Markram to Afridi. One of the things about Aiden Markram, and we talked about the fact that he did have that issue with that planting that front foot, but it's something he's worked on, and he will always be working at that, I think. And he might have got past that. one of the things that will be in the back of his mind is that he gets sparkling 30s. He's done that quite consistently over the last little while, getting really good 30s where he gets off quickly and crisply. A couple of nice drives with the back foot through the offside, and then suddenly he just departs. It's something that's mystified a lot of us. I think on this sort of surface, where it's a slow surface and he knows the deficit is a seriously big one, might just get him a little bit more plugged in. That's what the South African supporters will be hoping, obviously, and his captain.
Interesting you say that. You can look at that two ways. One, you can look at that maybe he gets a bit loose after getting 30, or maybe he's overthinking it, but that only is in his mind and how he gets over that. But you would want somebody to get a huge score if South Africa have to come back into this game.
Yeah, I think a couple straight away. You think it would be one of these two. You'd look at these two straight away. You'd normally think that someone like a Faf du Plessis, who missed out in the first innings, and I guess if we really want to think about the dismissals in the first innings, he was one of the few, if not one of the very few, who didn't play a soft shot. Dean Elgar himself actually commented at the press conference, virtual press conference after the day's play on day one. He was lamenting the fact that there were too many soft dismissals in South Africa, and he said also at that stage, with 4 down for Pakistan, the same as for Pakistan, there are a couple of soft ones. Oh, that's pretty straight. That's pretty straight, and up goes that finger. It's kept a little bit low. It's bound to happen in Karachi from time to time. There were 2 noises, but I'm pretty sure it was pad to pad rather than bat on pad. Sent it up straight away. So he has asked for it to be reviewed. Now you would think the fact that he sent it up straight away is because he felt something on the bat.
We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin again, please. Let's keep rolling, keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through all tries, please. Let's keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, and there is a gap between bat and ball as well. Roll forward, yes. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside leg. Go back to on-field umpire. Hassan, you need to reverse your decision. You're on screen, please signal. Thank you.
Good review from Aiden Markram. Pitching outside the line of leg stump. It's the beauty of the fact that left armers can get it swinging back. If they get it swinging back, then that is taken out of the equation totally. So good review.
And didn't swing back at all, just went on with the angle, hit him right in front. But for that to happen almost every time, he has to pitch outside leg, unless and until the left armer can get the ball to straighten or come back into the pads.
So it did keep a fraction low. You saw with those replays as the umpire worked through that review protocol that it went underneath the bat, basically. Underneath the bottom of the bat. And wrapped onto the pad, the front pad. End of a very good over again from Afridi, 9 for none. 3 overs gone. Won't be long before Yasir Shah has been plugged in and twirling away with that leg spin. He's going to be bowling into the area where Hassan Ali is following through, and that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with the fact that he's following through in that area, but it's going to be roughing up that pitch. There is certainly some rough for Yasir Shah to bowl into, even before the start of play today. So a couple of the big quicks from South Africa were bowling over the wicket as well. So here will be a handful. The left arm orthodox spin of South Africa, the finger spin not so much, but a quality wrist spinner. He's going to consistently hit some areas. And the follow-throughs. Markham now. 2 slips in a gully. Second slip is quite close. There you go. You can see a little bit of farming from the players, the batsmen in the middle. Even the umpire got involved. He picked up a little bit of rubble, tossed it away. Yep, a little bit low, but nicely played. Solid stuff. Just want to congratulate Kagiso Rabada. 200 Test wickets for him. There he is behind that laptop. What a magnificent performance. What an outstanding performer he's been. Absolutely sensational for South Africa over the years. He's a diamond. It's the only way to describe him, really. Doesn't really matter where he's playing. He's just spectacular. Now there's extra bounce. Wrap on the glove this time. That's gone fine. And has also gone for 4.
That's happened time and time again on this pitch, especially with the new ball where the variation in bounce is exaggerated. And just kicked off a length. Actually quietened down yesterday as the ball got older. So with the new ball, the fresh bowlers and the harder ball hitting the seam, just exaggerates that variation of bounce.
And I think it's also worth having a look at that 200th Test wicket for Rabada. Here it is. Middle stump knocked out of the ground. It's a nice way to do it. You can see what it meant to him for starters. And also his teammates. They rushed up to him. Low fives, a couple of high fives around the place also. Brilliant stuff from KG Rabada. What a magnificent performer he's been over the years. And there's the coaching staff applauding him on the sidelines also. If you look at the strike rates of bowlers who've taken 200 Test wickets, it is quite special. 14 for none.
The opener still out there, the ball misbehaving slightly, but it is important for South Africa to settle into this innings. One thing with Elgar is that he play the ball late, push out hard. With Shaheen Shah Afridi, probably get the ball to angle towards the slips, swing it away. And that'll be the modus of trying to dismiss Elgar, although he's got a man pretty straight, a short mid-off or so. There's Raleigh, so they're thinking that maybe the ball stop in the pitch or that extra bounce will miscue that drive.
Just to finish about Rabada, the strike rate at the time of taking 200 wickets in tests. Strike rate at that stage, Waka had a strike rate of 38, which is just ridiculous. Dal Steyn, also magnificent, a strike rate of 39. And Rabada, a strike rate of 40. I mean, that's just crazy stuff. So that's at the time that 200 test wickets were taken by those three guys. 1, 2 and 3 on the list.
One thing about all those three bowlers is that they probably term them as athletes. The way they ran in or their run-ups was so good. Waka actually steamed in, but it was very rhythmical. Darryl Steyn the same, Rabada the same. And whenever they came on to bowl, in every other spell, it seemed that they're in rhythm all the time.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, just amazing. There's a look at his career stats, averaging just under 23. Amazing, 9 5-wicket hauls. And he's far from finished. Quick single, good running, good understanding. Just a final point on Rabada. When Otis Gibson was coach of South Africa, he was picking up wickets at an average of just a shade over 17 runs apiece. I mean, that is remarkable, the work that he was doing with Otis Gibson. And I think that gave him a bit of an extra spurt. And now, of course, Charles Langerfeld and Mark Boucher will be driving him hard. But been out of the game for a while, but great to see him bounce back like he did in this test in conditions which are a little bit unfavourable, and notch up that 200th test wicket. Of course, he would have liked a few more right at the top, as all fast bowlers do.
And Shaheen Shah Afridi now reverting to round the wicket. Deep square leg.
It was really interesting having a listen to Wasim yesterday, and he was talking about the fact that, and it's not the case with Pakistan right now, but he's talking about the fact when things were a bit flat out there and wickets weren't coming, that he was prepared to try different things. And he was talking about the fact we didn't see cutters from the South Africans, we didn't see too much variation, we saw the reverse swing attempted. But Wasim was saying that what he used to do in this sort of situation, go around the wicket and run up directly behind the umpire and then dart out and bowl, is something different.
Yeah, Wasim was just completely different to everyone else anyway. 15 without loss.
Not quite the end of the over. Another no ball. Just overstepping a bit is the big youngster. Now it's in the over. 16 for none. Just a quick stat that's been handed to me. No Pakistan fast bowler has taken 200 wickets since Waka in 1995. Only 2 teams in the world have got that stat. The other one's Bangladesh. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, it is this land of fast bowlers, and that stat suggests that Pakistan not producing enough fast bowlers. But there's another angle to that as well. Since the turn of the century, Pakistan have tried 33 fast bowlers, so maybe they're a bit impatient. And 21 of those, look,
Ishant Sharma has been persisted by India, and now he's got to a level where he plays a lot of matches. So 21 of those, when they were dropped, they were averaging similar to Ishant Sharma.
My goodness.
So the turnover of fast bowlers and the impatience of them to actually get wickets is the problem. Obviously played in UAE, where it was difficult to get wickets. The development, we're so used to bowlers like the legends like Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus come in, Shoaib Akhtar come in and make an impact straight away, that we think every bowler will do that. So maybe just give them extended run, just let them develop a bit.
Absolutely. A bit of extra bounce, but reasonably controlled in the end. Good stats, guys. That's fascinating. I was talking about some of the South African quicks, and we were going through the conveyor belt of the quicks, and the fact that Rabada's come through, and Nortje, and I mentioned a lot of the guys like Alan Donald and obviously Dale Steyn, and went back to the Mike Proctors and even Peter Pollocks. I forgot to mention a couple that I played against, actually, were Garth Leroux and also Clive Rice. I mean, they were very instrumental in keeping that conveyor belt going. Hugh Page was an exceptional fast bowler.
I wanted to ask this question: is the world changing? Brexit now happening. Coal pack situation will change. Will that affect South African cricket? Will those players now be, well, most of them will be available for South Africa? Will that change the dimension?
Well, sorry, another one I forgot was Brett Schultz. Remember Brett Schultz, of course? He was a million miles an hour and a nasty fast ball, left arm quick. Some will be coming back, but you'll find that a good percentage of the guys will have some form of contract, whether it's a white ball contract or an overseas contract with the red ball as well. So they will stay in England, but some will filter back, there's no doubt about it. Some might decide to play some franchise cricket around the world. But, some will come back, and that should strengthen the first-class scenario in South Africa. I know that Graham Smith is looking at that very closely at the moment as the director of cricket.
Well, when Pakistan toured, Olivia got so many wickets. I think all the Pakistani batsmen were very happy that he'd gone over and not playing for South Africa anymore. Apparently he might be coming back.
That's a lovely punch. That's a signature shot. That really is. That is a beautiful shot. What a nice way to round off that over. Good work from Elgar, the nuggety Elgar. 22 for none.
It's an important opening spell for Pakistan, Waz, because they need to strike goal when the ball is still new with a proud seam. How have you assessed their performance with the new ball so far?
I think first 2-3 overs Shaheen bowled okay, but Hassan it didn't impress me at all. He was bowling too full. His pace was 131 kilometers an hour and too wide as well. So I suppose they need a couple of wickets with the new ball with this first spell. If they can, that would be ideal for them to defend this lead. And this is better length, good follow through. Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's looking much better in a way. His rhythm is there, his action is completing his action, follow through is happening.
One of those rare talents, Waz, that produce form in all the three formats. Is picked by Pakistan in T20s, in 50 overs, in Test cricket. At such a young age, he's been able to manage the workload and play the different formats very successfully.
Very, very impressive, this youngster, Shaheen Shafidi. Bouncer, that's good bowling. Variation is important. Couple of length balls, couple of bounces, maybe one or two yorkers, have you mid-on, mid-off slightly straighter. But if they get a couple of wickets with the new ball, that would be ideal situation for Pakistan. Good start by South Africa, 22 for none.
I guess the next port of call for Pakistan skipper will be when to introduce spin, when to introduce Yasir Shah. Give him a couple of overs when the ball is still new, see how the pitch reacts, especially out of the rough areas. What role will he have for Noman? Because I think that's going to be the key for Pakistan. How well Yasir Shah performs, how he's handled by the skipper. Too much or too less, because at times he's asked to bowl too many overs and he sort of goes flat.
I think he's got three fast bowlers to play with: Babar Azam, Shaheen Shafidi, Hassan Ali, and of course Fahim Ashraf. Short bursts, 4 over spell, 5 over spell, new ball. With the new ball, maybe 5 over spell to Shaheen or to Hassan, and then Fahim, and of course with the hard ball, Yasir will be also very handy. Gone around the wicket to Makram. Two slips, gully, no short leg. Ideally there would be a short leg there.
Nicely played, good tight cricket from Makram and good running between the wickets as well. 25 without a wicket.
So this is the spell by Afridi and Hassan Ali in this innings. Red one and Shaheen Shafidi. You can see this Afridi bowled much better lengths, short of a length most of the deliveries, but Hassan Ali was slightly fuller and slightly wider. And Hassan Ali obviously not producing pace as well, 132, 130 kilometers an hour. He has to really bend his back if he wants to take anything out of this pitch.
Chance at the non-striker's end. Had that hit, would have been close thing. Pakistan was sharp as a razor in the first innings in the field. Couple of run-outs, one great catch in the slips.
Let's have a look. Direct hit. No, he was home comfortably. Good running this between these two. So on a pitch like this, if nothing is happening, then you have to try something else as a fast bowler. Different angles, maybe change your field. He's got leg gully now. He's got leg gully, Hassan Ali. Maybe try a couple of bounces, have that leg gully man at square leg, in front square or behind square, very comfortable with. Just unsettle the batsman. That's the idea. Pressure is on South Africans right now.
Bit of an issue for Hassan Ali is that you also mentioned about his pace or lack of it. I think at 130, 131 kilometers, you've got to be deadly accurate. Otherwise, you're found out. So his margin of error squeezes with that kind of pace.
It's not looking threatening in this spell. On the other end, Shaheen Afridi is definitely looking threatening. He's getting extra bounce, bowling a couple of bounces, trying different angles, going around the wicket, over the wicket. And if nothing is happening, idea is to contain them and wait for the ball to reverse and then come back for your second spell. And that it will happen.
Oh, that's hit him on the helmet. Surprised him with extra bit of lift. Not a pacey ball from Hassan Ali, but it had that extra zip and awkward bounce. And Dean Algar clearly hit hard. I think it was grill maybe on the badge. I'm not too sure.
Not a very good sign if your next in padded up. He was just short of a length delivery and he just risen up right on his helmet. He was very, very lucky. Whoa, that's the uneven boss we've been talking about from last 3 days on this pitch, last 2.5 days. But just now he should know, Hassan Ali, where to pitch every time. He should mark that particular area where he pitched that ball and say, okay, this is when I go, this is where I'm going to aim every time I'm going to run into ball.
The protocol of making sure that the helmet is in order. I'm sure that helmet will be replaced. Bit of a pause is needed at this stage for the batsman to make sure that he gets his bearings right.
Amazed to see this stat, Ram. Let's change the subject a bit. That no Pakistani fast bowler has taken 200 wickets since Waqar Yunus 1995.
It's quite incredible. We were supposed to be the land of fast bowlers. I guess not anymore.
Yeah, I thought probably Shoaib Akhtar or somebody probably get to 200, but that is mind-boggling, this stat for me. Shoaib 178. And he's the guy, Waqar Yunus, the Pakistan bowling coach, the youngest ever to 200 wickets in Test cricket. 24 years, 26 days.
A lot of spinners in that list of performers. Yasir Shah Saklan, Mushtaq Ahmed, Saeed Ajmal, Abdul Qadir, Canaria. Could be that the younger generation is just not interested in playing Test cricket anymore, Waz.
Yeah, probably right, because our days there was only 2 formats, either it's one-day cricket or Test cricket, and now you have 3 formats to pick from, and the easiest of the all is definitely T20. You come in, you bowl 4 overs, and then you just chill at short fine leg.
That's an important shot from Dean Algar after being hit on the grill. Got behind that one quite cleverly.
If for instance, if you're batting and you got hit on your helmet, does this create a doubt in your mind when you're facing the next ball?
Yeah, 2 things can happen. A, that doubt that you talk about clearly, yes. The other is that it's a great wake-up call for you, that you start looking at the ball more closely. And really nothing to be embarrassed about. If you're an opener, you'll get smacked every now and then, so get over it. 26 without a wicket. He probably kissed his shoulder, then hit the grill. It looked nasty. The way he reacted, obviously, he felt that there was something extra. And then he settled in, faced the next ball quite gallantly.
26 for none. Time for a spinner now from the university end. Noman Ali got 2 wickets first innings, making his debut, 34 years of age. They're still 132 run behind. Couple of wickets here for Pakistan. They can actually put South Africa under the pump. Slip and a short leg. I like this field. Mid-off is up in the circle, mid-on is up in the circle. You're not giving easy singles, unnecessary singles away. I hope the fielder at mid-off is ready to save the single. That's his job. He's got 1 job there. 2 in fact, to catch a ball as well. Nicely bowled, good lengths from Noman Ali.
We saw in the first innings 2 or 3 South African batsmen missing the length, going back to the ball that should have been forward to and being castled. So idea is to be more on your front foot.
Nicely bowled. There got to be some strategy in Babar's mind about giving the ball to Noman first rather than Yasir Ali, who looked really dangerous in the first inning, and he's the most experienced spinner between these two.
The thought behind his selection was that it give control to Babar Azam. He's accurate, Noman. At this stage, probably Pakistan can be a little bit frivolous with their strategy and use Yasir Shah because they've got runs to play with.
They can take some risks. Of course, there got to be some plan there. 26 for none.
Aiden Markram is a stylist. He's a good-looking batsman. All he needs to do now is to make sure that he presents himself sharply, intelligently in subcontinent conditions. His record is pretty poor against spin in subcontinent. So not only will it be a bit of a learning curve for the right-hander, but also I think he needs to make a statement. Enough talent in him to produce results. Runs here, good delivery. Round the stumps to left-hander. Generally, he's been good in his career. Gets it to shape away from the length.
He's definitely looking much more rhythmic now. Probably warmed up a bit. With the angle, it was coming in, so the batsman had to play that delivery because from around the wicket, we bound to bowl from wide of the crease. Slip and a gully.
He's not very tall, so the ball should remain a little low. But he's been able to get variations as well. So this was the length delivery that kept low, and then the next one certainly reared up and hit him on the grill. So and from that height, really, to expect such a steep bounce can be a bit of an issue for the batsman, because you're looking to be on the lower side when you're playing him. Fastest of 136, every speed around 132, 133. That's gone through. That's well timed by the left-hander. You'd want Dean Algar to be on strike. They pick up the third, so Markram gets to the strike zone. Because when you have hit the batsman, you want him to be on strike, facing up the challenge, music, and there's a little bit of variation that's creeping in as well when Hassan Ali bowls. So would have been ideal for Pakistan if Algar would have been on strike.
I'm surprised that Hassan Ali didn't bowl the short ball again. have a man back for Algar. Just see what happens. Have a man back from at 5 square leg. Ball couple of bounces. It's in a back foot anyway. Have a man back and then bowl full as well. Double bluff. For some odd reason, it appears to me he's not finishing his action. He's releasing the ball much earlier than he should, Hassan Ali. That's why probably the pace is not there.
I guess the question to ask you, Waz, is how tough it is for fast bowlers to come back after they've struggled with a bout of injury.
But I think in his defense, he played quite a bit of cricket. He played 9 first-class games this season. So it means his rhythm is back. Big appeal, but it appears looks from a going down leg. Yes, Hassan. So he's in good nick, he's in good rhythm, that's for sure. And he's been like 9 first-class games are quite a bit. I think that's where Waqar Younis can be very handy. His job is not to fix their action. His job should be to, obviously he'll be talking to them a lot more. Waqar, mindset. What is the mindset of a fast bowler? What should they be doing under the different state, different scenarios? 29 for none.
सिंगल ना हो ना सिंगल का फायदा नहीं होगा फिर सिंगल नहीं देना आया आया
You've got to give it a good strong rev out of the rough really to get the ball to react. I think by flighting the ball it's not going to really get the kind of impression that you want. So that's easy to manage. But certain bowlers that hit the deck harder than the others, and Noman comes across someone who's a typical left armer. He'll give you control, he'll bowl within the stumps. That's why I think the wrist spin is needed at this stage. Yasir Shah will get the ball to jump a little bit more out of the rough area.
1 over before lunch, why not? Just give it a go. Nicely bowled, good variation from Noman Ali. We haven't seen much turn from him as yet.
Big shot, and so that's misfielded. That's gone through for 4. Azhar Ali is chasing it down, but it was always going to be the ball winning the race.
Poor fielding from Azhar Ali, one of the most senior players in Pakistan squad. Every run is crucial. Full delivery, wasn't a great delivery as well. Played with the spin, straight to the fielder. Let's have a look again. Flighted delivery outside off stump. Didn't middle it and missed the ball completely, and he's the most experienced in this playing 11.
Yeah, good morning.
So play straight to the fielder at mid-off. 34 without a wicket, South Africa.
So I was hoping that Yasir Shah will come for 1 over. Imagine if you are batting 1 over before lunch on this pitch, who would you prefer to face? Hassan Ali?
I mean, we've been harping on the fact that Yasir is going to be the key player for you. Looking at the surface, looking at what the left armers have generally produced so far in this contest, you've got to back your leg spinner really to deliver the punch. Licking his fingers is Yasir.
Probably have to wait after lunch now, because this probably is the last over before lunch. Maybe one more after, it all depends.
It's an excellent line from Hassan Ali. He becomes a different bowler altogether when he's bowling round the stumps to left-handers. More in control. He hits the right area as well. Good length bowling from him, and that shape away from left-hander.
Yeah, he feels comfortable bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, but eventually, I suppose, he has to learn to bowl over the wicket as well to a left-hander, especially with the blind spot is. Yo, he's got hit there. Rizwan behind the stumps. He's a strong lad.
Adam's apple, as it is called, I think. Probably that'll disturb his chirp. Slower ball, good thinking. He's a natural white ball bowler, by the way, Hassan Ali. A very accomplished article in limited overs cricket. So that was a typical one-day response from him. Have a look at how he rolls his fingers over the ball. And Dean Alga stuck on the crease and almost missed it.
And 43 wickets in 9 first-class games this season, Hassan Ali. So he's got wickets behind him. That's good try. Running in, wide of the crease. Wide has been called, too short. Probably one for the over as well. You know, I was looking at just Rizwan and I remembered something. He's got this zinc on his lips. So in Australia in 89-88, you were with us on the tour, and I saw Australians have this zinc on their cheeks, green ones. So I went out, especially with the jars, and bought that zinc bottle cream and put it on my face. And during the game, and Imran Bhai saw me. He called me. I can't actually say on air what exactly he's told me, but I had to go in and wash my face straight away.
Actually never allowed you to eat burger. I mean, that was so funny. How you would hide yourself in a corner, ordering a burger, and then being exposed by a couple of us the next morning.
And you. I remember still, it was at Perth.
But where's Poka Khana hai burger? Poka Khana.
Came back from practice and we were so hungry. We'll come back to it after this over. 37 for none.
Is that lunch? He's waiting. What is he saying? Bails are off. I think. And so Wasim Akram can go and now have his burger as well. So a good hard fight back by South Africa. 37 without a wicket. Pakistan still lead by 121 runs, so the fight is on, and this will become a bit of a challenge moving forward into the next session for South Africa. Pakistan hold all the cards. They deserve this position. And they've bounced back brilliantly in
Thanks, Baz. Well, that's the big question. When will Yasir Shah be introduced? Just before the team went onto the field, he was loosening up. He's taken his cap off, so it seems to suggest that he may start this session. A big session for both sides. It could set the tone for the rest of the day and this test match. But that's the big unanswered question at this stage. How much of an influence will Yasir Shah have on this test match?
Yeah, important phase of the game. Yasir Shah being brought on straight away after lunch. And it's quite a new hard ball, so that'll help in terms of getting some variation off the track. And we've seen this throughout the test match, that the new ball, the harder new ball, grips more, does more stuff off the pitch than when the ball gets soft. So important for all the openers to dig in. And even if they don't get runs, just bat it out so that it becomes slightly easier. Need rhythm to the innings. Akram's looked solid, but he's due for a big score, but he needs to carry on. This man, well, have a role to play if South Africa have any chance in this test match. Left-handers do have their work cut out against Yasir, but at the moment it's going to be Makram on strike. So we won't be dealing with as much rough outside off, but still there is the ball turning off the surface. Fantastic record. We saw Rabada get to 200 wickets. He's actually the fastest ever to get to 200 wickets in test match cricket. We're right to go. A post-lunch session about to start. Yasir Shah just looking around, is going to be the major threat. Interesting how South Africa do approach him. Do they want to just put him off straight away? So here we are. Yasir Shah about to bring in.
The basic leg spinners field, short leg slip, a shortish extra cover, man at a deep cover. He'll want to settle into that line in length. As you mentioned, Baz, the real danger is for the left-handers on strike. For the right-hander, one can just expect conventional turn. For the left-hander, it's that turn out of the rough. But is that rough big enough where just about every length might find it? So it's going to require him to bowl well. It's not just a case of pitch up and turn your arm over. Laden Markram, we know, has had a tough time recently in Test cricket. So could this be a day, this situation, could it be the turning corner for him? Talented player, he's got a good opportunity. It's not going to be easy. That's the length. That's where you want to settle, don't you? As consistently as possible. Let's not forget the very good change of pace. He showed his hand in the first innings. That's probably the one you want to watch for, I think, amongst one or two other deliveries, but just making sure you're forward at the right time.
Starts off with a maiden, 37 without loss. Decent start for the leg spinner, and we're going to see pace from the other end. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Interesting field being set for him. There's a squarish leg gully in place, so maybe now is the opportunity to bowl pretty straight into those stumps. Short mid wicket, mid-on, and that short leg, which is quite square, so mainly for maybe a clip off the pads.
I like this field placing by Pakistan. South Africa tended to, throughout the innings of the ball, experiment with different fielders and catching positions. At times, just thought that it was too over-attacking. It's important not to, whilst you're looking for wickets, give away easy runs here. Just a solid field, one-man catching, almost a leg gully, second slip, almost a 6th or 7th slip, if you can call it that. No real gully.
Well, Darryl, just been handed a stat, and this will please you. This is the highest opening partnership in the last 19 innings in Asia for South Africa. So they've done well already, 37. And this goes back to 2015, so it's been a while. But Darryl, in every innings you've got to have a certain rhythm, a certain way that you construct that innings. And I just suspect that the way that they'll play this, each individual player, the way that he plays spin, the way that he approaches that, or has a couple of shots to get off strike, and the way he plans that will probably be the biggest challenge.
It will be. You can't just be a still target, if I could call it that. But it was noticeable in the first innings. South Africa just got a little bit anxious once the ball turned. Oh, that's a well-timed stroke, just using the pace. It's so typical Elgar. Can't help thinking the ball has come onto the bat. And you called it, Baz. First day you said it'll get better for batting. And this is a great indication that it has. You just see the way that he never really overhits it. Times it late under the eyes. Great example of an opening batsman playing the ball under the eyes, using the pace of the new ball.
And suddenly out of nowhere that kicks up. That's a new ball. We've seen this a few times. Now that one really jumped up off a length. He is in pain because last ball he played one through the cover and almost the same length, and he struck near his hand, near his wrist.
What is noticeable is that Afridi is really running here. I think his instructions have been to bowl fast, hit the stumps, but that was by no means short. And that's never a good sign, that little finger. Elgar being wrapped on the gloves. He's taken a blow already to the helmet. That's not easy. That is so uncomfortable. Well, for South Africa, he is their talisman in these situations. The last thing they'll want to see is him having to go off. That's not good. The protection around that area on the glove is not good. And there is the sign of a bit of swelling.
Yeah, struck flush on the gloves, and well, whatever protection you do have, it'll always sting. But you expect this because we've been seeing this in different bounds, especially when the ball is hard and new. He's almost there where he goes. Oh no, and he's smashed into his glove.
And see, it's that area that's not really, it doesn't have padding. So it's hugely exposed. You don't often see a batsman being hit there. You can't really blame the glove itself. I mean, that's just naturally an area where it would be far too uncomfortable for a batsman to have protection there. Sprays out, but that swelling is very noticeable. If anything, it's not his top hand. At least he can work hard with the top hand and have the bottom hand just gently rest on the bat. But the moment you're having to play off the back foot to try and pull or cut it, then you're going to feel it. One of those where you probably might bat for a while and it becomes more and more uncomfortable and painful. The one thing you do know about him, he'll be the last guy who will want to go off. Be very surprised if he takes that option.
The first innings batted well, and on top of the order, he looked as if he was all set to get a big one. Like he normally does, times the ball through the offside, accumulates runs, and was looking pretty comfortable throughout that innings. One player you would expect just to carry on. It seems as if he's getting ready to take strike again.
Well, he's back, ready to take it on again, but can he continue to stay at the crease?
Well, the ball struck his hand, and we were all looking at that, but it carried on in the air for quite a while. He's pretty lucky in terms of still being out there. Not lucky in terms of getting hit, but there's been set on the leg side just for that. Short mid-wicket and a squarish leg gully. Shine goes short. Well played. Well played. He rode the bounce. 41 without loss.
That was a very good ball to get after being struck on the glove. He's definitely turned it on here, but more has Shaheen Afridi, and it was so well directed. So the challenge here for Elgar is going to be to stay at the crease, ignore the pain.
You need to be careful when you're camping on the back foot. He has that delivery that sort of rushes you or skids on to you. And normally, especially with the newish ball, he'll bowl that a lot. And then he'll bowl you that one. How do you play that?
Just like that, just you've got to simply hold your line and hope that it beats the outside edge. Very similar delivery which Faf du Plessis got in the first innings. Now that you can do simply nothing about. Just focus on the next one.
Kings outside off again. The straighter delivery. There we go. There's a discussion. Rizwan doesn't feel as if that's going to hit the stumps. Yasir Shah is convinced. Well, time's run out, so there we go.
Yes, the big question would be, has it done enough to come back and hit the stumps? Yeah, great call not to review that.
And normally, although Rizwan appeals, normally Rizwan is very, very good with DRS, and he gets it spot on. And he was very adamant that you do not go upstairs. He was shaking his head. But have a look at this. As the ball hits Markram, he sort of gets towards the stumps. jumps back in line of the stumps. He was outside off stump. He knew that the ball was going there, but he's jumping back towards or behind the stumps to maybe make the umpire feel that it was very straight.
Yes, Ajay.
Another testing over. 41 without loss.
Markram's played it well. I'd like to think that one of the thoughts would be to just smother that spin, and that is what he's doing there. When he's forward, he's making sure that bat angle, the soft hands, he's played enough cricket to know how to negotiate it, but he's not allowing that ball to really bounce. He's got to smother that spin.
A terrific over from Shaheen Shah Afridi last time around, and he's got Elgar in his sights. Ended the over, the short one he aimed at the ribs. Elgar nursing a quite sore bottom hand, so there we go again. You know exactly the line of attack. It's going to be pretty straight, mixed with a few short ones.
I'm not too sure he's happy with that shot. There's a man back, deep square leg. He's played enough cricket to know that it's going to be a mixture of that, isn't some fullish and then the short ball. He just needs to get back into that bubble which he was so well known for.
A shot and wide this time. Elgar loves it just outside off. Timed away.
Good shot, but he's in pain. His immediate response was he grimaced as he moved down the pitch. And this is the problem one feels with that bottom hand, because you get more, you got to hold the bat more with that bottom hand when you're playing those sorts of shots, and the picture tells a story. I would be very surprised if there isn't some damage, like a little fracture or something. Where it hit him was not a good area. Physio, he is on call, Craig Govender. He's the physiotherapist for the South African side.
Tries that pull shot, so he's definitely gone away from his earlier rhythm of batting. That hand is hurting, and he's playing a few more shots, which normally he wouldn't.
Easier said than done, but I just wonder if he could just try to get to the other end. Just take a bit of time off and
oh, this is good bowling. And Elgar is sort of in two minds, really. He wants to pull the ball, his hand's hurting, so it's just a situation in play where he just needs to regather himself. Well, definitely that bottom hand is causing him problems. Shaheen Shah Afridi's got into his head, and also has struck him on the glove, so physically and mentally.
that's a good response. It's been one of the ways that we saw it in the previous ball, that he almost, I wouldn't say backed away, but he's going to look to get it through the offside. It was onto him and he didn't really have the room to play that, but on this occasion he has. South Africa 48 without loss.
Doesn't look good for Elgar though. And he's bowling for the physio. It's one ball to go, but just the way that he's playing, or just the way that he's hurting, just doesn't look good. Hoping it's not a fracture, but the reactions are pointing towards that.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it's not. The physio Craig Govender is on standby. We'll see him come on the field, no doubt, at the end of the over.
.48 without loss.
Good aggressive spell by Afridi. Good lines, good lengths, and he's running here looking to hit this deck as hard as possible. So what will be the final call? They'll have a good chat, no doubt assessing how he feels.
And while the physio does all that and assesses Elgar, just have a look at the protocols with Pakistan in terms of DRS. The discussion going, Rizwan saying no, Yasir trying to convince Babar, but I think Rizwan is very good with DRS, so normally whatever Rizwan says goes, but that's the way it should be done. There should be a protocol where you have a routine and then decide. I think South Africa have a terrific routine where they just go helter-skelter.
I won't be surprised if we see Van der Dussen come down. This is not normal from Elgar. He's not a guy that will just flinch and back off. This has got to be really bad. Gloves going back on, or we seen him continue?
Got his glove on, and it seems as he's going to continue. He's made tough, and if you're an opener in South Africa and you're averaging best in the world, on those spicy wickets you do wear a few. Well, they just gets on with it. He's in extreme pain, but he's got the magic spray and he's got a bit of ice and he's ready to go again. The issue is that there's, well, not pace, but there's a lot of rough outside the off stump for Yasir Shah to work with. And is that out? Yes, it is. The sweep doesn't work. Elgar walks off. Yasir Shah has the first breakthrough.
So Elgar gets to depart, not for the blow to the hand, but the wicket. And this is always the risk you take when you looking to sweep the leg spinner out of the rough. We always knew he was going to be a difficult customer to deal with. And on this occasion, immediately given by the umpire. That's a good take. That's a very good take by the keeper.
A great catch from Rizwan, and Yasir Shah straight away striking against the left-hander. Elgar battled for 29. It's 48 for 1.
Now, this has been a wonderful innovation. It's been around for a while, but the drone in cricket. Keep going on how wonderful the weather has been. Ideal for cricket.
Number 3, Van der Dussen walks in. And best of 98. These conditions will be pretty foreign to him. All spinning, and Yasir Shah getting to bowl at the right-handers and get the ball to turn from the surface. He does play spin well though. He needs to start off and build the innings, which South Africa will want him to be very assured against leg spin.
He's a guy that's come late into Test cricket as such. The South African side generally, he's served his time in first-class cricket. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Very calm at the crease. He looks to score in his area, so he's in that sort of classical mode of a Test number 3. But you were spot on. We wouldn't have seen much of this, not even at first-class level in South Africa.
And that's the issue. Yasir Shah will get the ball to just carry on straight. So both edges of the bat are going to be challenged. The leg spinner and then that one just sort of goes straight on.
Yeah, particularly when you're playing quite a way out in front. Does open up the inside gap and that inside edge. But a bounce, that's bat pad, pops up short leg. Always favour just slightly in front. Not when you're really going out that far. The thinking would be to cover it, but it goes straight on. It opens up that inside gap. But I did tip him, start of the Test match, that I feel he's going to be the batsman that will do well here. Perhaps the shot was a response to the earlier blow, immediately looking to sweep Yasir Shah. I was a bit rattled there with the pain and approached his innings.
Well, it's been 3 overs, 3 maidens for Yasir Shah and a wicket, 48 for 1. Pakistan just opening the door, got the first breakthrough courtesy Yasir Shah. This is the ideal combination that they want. Shine Shah Afridi for one end, testing out the middle part of the pitch, and Yasir Shah applying pressure from the other end, not conceding any runs. And Dusan, well, the field set, deep square leg and short mid wicket, leg gully. And Shine Shah Afridi round the wicket, so nothing will be pitched up.
Hayden Markram, this is an unusual start for him, 17 from 55. He's normally a player with a good strike rate. He likes to get bat on ball. That's the hit and win. No one has done it yet.
This is furthest away from the mind of the batsman right now. But it is square though. He's bowling short, so maybe a good pull shot with a chance. But right now, it's all about getting through this intense spell. And the good thing about it for Pakistan is that pressure from both ends.
A lot of focus has been on that blow to Elgar, but let's give credit to Afridi. This has been a very, very good spell. I have no doubt that the instruction has been bowl fast. It's going to be not a long spell. Look to hit the wicket, bring it in if you can, attack the stumps, use the short ball.
He's running in, he's putting in a shift. He's giving nothing away. That short of a length obviously is going to trouble the batsman because of that very bounce, and if it's 90 miles an hour or nearabouts is going to be a problem.
It is going to be. Taller guy, you think it tends to be, well, I'm going to be more on the back foot. So he's mixing up his lengths. Never mind the good lines that he's bowling, but he's mixing up those lengths. Bit of a challenge on the go here for Van der Dussen.
Fifty comes up. Lost that, well, big wicket of Elgar, but you would think that it had a lot to do with Shaheen Shah Afridi's bowling. Yasir Shah eventually got him out, but it struck his hand, and we've got a lot of treatment. And after that, Elgar, well, just couldn't get his head right because of that injury. Eventually swept one, and Rizwan took a great catch, but I think credit due to Shaheen Shah Afridi more than Yasir Shah in that build-up to the wicket.
Yeah, that blow definitely unsettled him. Often you're not only thinking about the blow, but can I realistically continue here? Do I look to get off strike? I thought that sweep shot probably wasn't on. He'd be the first to admit it. And that's what can happen. He was always going to continue, fight on bravely, but he looks in trouble there. I won't be surprised. X-ray this evening might reveal that it's quite substantial damage.
Right. 50 for 1.
Yasir Shah is in operation now, and he's toiling, bowling towards the pavilion end, which is the end that he favoured yesterday, the end where there's some rough to work into. Lots of encouragement from the Pakistan fielders, Rizwan in particular. Now, he had some problems against England, did Van der Dussen, the spin department, but he's worked really hard on that, and what he tries to do these days is to get his bat well in front of the pad, and that's a good illustration of it for starters. So he gets the pad out of play, but he tries to be as aggressive as he possibly can against the spinners. But I don't think Yasir Shah is going to give too much away, Rambo.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task if you haven't played quality leg spin. See, there's this little forward press, and then you stretch more with your front foot. And I think when you see some of these South African batsmen, they just go the whole way, trying to get to the pitch of the ball without the forward press. I think that can be a dangerous proposition for them with close-in fielders, with the ball jumping and spinning.
Slip in the gully as well.
So there's got to be that little forward press where you give yourself a chance to be on the front foot, because you expect 99% of the balls to be bowled in that driving zone. And then if you've got to stretch, then go further down the pitch.
But let's face it, this is tough. This is tough cricket right now, so they have to go right up against it. That's nicely played. Good working from Rassie van der Dussen. Toughest thing to do in this sort of situation is to start. Ball spinning, a bit of rough around the place, men around the bat. Track is going to play the odd trick. And of course, a class act some 19 yards away. Inside edge, just going to get him a single down the other end. So a bit of rotation of the strike. 53 for 1.
I think you want to be in such a situation. If you're a South African, here's a chance for you to become a hero. Here's a chance for you to learn how to play spin bowling and to just upgrade your skills as a cricketer, as a batsman. So this challenge has got to be looked like that, as a challenge to become a hero, as a challenge to be better against spin.
There is no doubt that a few years ago, South Africa had some serious issues against a lot of quality spin bowling, and they went to India and Asia a few times, Sri Lanka also, and played against some quality Pakistan bowlers in the UAE, which isn't quite the same as playing in Pakistan, obviously. But they certainly improved their batting against spin bowling, and that did show for a couple of years. But now there's a couple of youngsters coming through, a couple of newer players coming through, and now they're facing a challenge. And you're quite right, Rambo. They have got an opportunity to overcome that and to really learn a lot and to make a difference in this Test match. Shaheen's running in all the time. This is terrific to see from him.
Not an easy job to change your angles from over the wicket to round the wicket. He's only, what, 20-21? And so he's remarkably fit and extremely intelligent as well. I think from batting perspective, it's important for a batsman to have a batting map, like a bowling map. A bowler understands or tries to understand the pitch, and so he's got his area where he'd like to bowl from or at. You've got to play with soft hands. You've got to be first in a defensive groove and then look to be attacking.
I mean, that's why he's running in so much at the moment. He's found a spot. That spot there that Rassie van der Dussen has just tapped down. That's the sort of length that he was bowling to Dean Elgar from over the wicket most of the time. I mean, the ball before the last was 144 k's per hour.
Not only your seam-up deliveries can cause problem, but your cutters can also be challenged. This was seam-up delivery and reared from that good length spot and played well, extremely well. But you've got to get this ball out of your system ASAP. Consider this as a good batting track and hope for the best.
It's 2 men back, but that's pretty well played. I think everyone's got their fingers crossed in South Africa that Dean Elgar is going to be okay for the rest of this series. 27 bones in the wrist and hand. I might have got ahead of myself a couple of days ago when I mentioned a few more than that, but I was certainly smashed on Twitter and corrected, thanks to those who did.
They want you to stick to commentary and not become Dr. Hazy.
That's easy. Not to become doctor, that is. Long way down, but it's quick on his feet.
Surely can't happen again. Second time run out in the same Test match.
Hang on to your bat. Don't drop your bat, Aiden. No, correction, not Aiden, Rassie. Bit of bat on that, nice and fine, and that's racing away for a boundary.
Trying something different, something extra, and I think in a situation like this, you've got to keep things as simple as possible. So look for that spot from where you're getting a great response and just hammer away. Not worry about bowling a splendid in-swinger or a Yorker or an impossible delivery for batsmen to catch up with. This was wasted. It was quickish, but wrong line on the pads.
Direct hit. Doesn't matter too much. Safely home. Scampering through for one. End of that over. 59 for one. So still trail by 99. 158 was the lead from Pakistan, which was just about double, I think, what South Africa were expecting at one stage. They certainly conceded the fact that Pakistan had done a really good job in the middle order, and the partnerships were great. They certainly didn't expect that last wicket partnership of 55. That was a frustrating one. Kept the South Africans out in the field a little bit longer as well. But now they've got a real job to do.
I think top spinner could be a handy ball to bowl on a surface like this, because normally his leg spinners don't take off. He's a short fellow, Yasir Shah, but every time he tends to bowl a top spinner, it wears up, gives himself extra bit of lift and bounce, and so hence the close-in fielders or net of close-in fielders would be in business, or could be in more business.
A couple of times he's delivered the ball at that line. Yasir Shah just a little bit wide of the off stump. I just have a feeling he might be looking to set him up a little bit. At times it's been just the standard leg spinner as well.
I think speeds are going to be the key for Yasir. It's a slow pitch, so should he be bowling at around 80 or should he be bowling around 84, 85?
I'm going the latter.
Last delivery 90.7 kmph, and that's good thinking from Yasir Shah, because he just cannot afford to let the batsman see the ball easily. He's got to zip them through. Bowl at a faster pace.
Yeah, that average is pretty right as far as I'm concerned. Or red or left. 60 for one.
The other thing that South Africa need to look after is the scoring rate against Yasir Shah, because he's gone for what, 4 in 5 overs. So they could be sitting ducks, so to speak. It's important that do the basics well here against Yasir. Take a run, rotation of strike, basic stuff.
I'd rather use a different term though, to be honest, Ramiz, rather than duck. Right, let's have a quick look at some speed comparisons. Fastest was Shaheen with his 144.7. Nortje actually 147.7. It was the quickest delivery in the match. Then there was Shaheen after that.
This is a good combo from Pakistan. Shaheen Afridi, left arm pace, hitting the gloves every now and then, creating doubt in the batsman's mind. And from the other end, you've got Yasir Shah, who's got to be your trump card in this innings. Pressure from both ends.
I think right now, I mean, these two batsmen are probably feeling a little bit isolated out there. They know the deficit is still very big. They've got to work together, work as well as they possibly can together. So it's two guys out there against a Pakistan lineup that is buoyed. Let's face it, their comeback has been amazing. They were 4 for not very many stumps on day one. And the way they've come back is just remarkable. So they have the upper hand. Hence the fact that they're being more vocal. That's what you expect. And they're expectant of winning this first test match in Karachi. Thanks to Fawad Alam. He was just absolutely sensational, I thought, that century. His second century in, what is it, just over 10 years? Goodness.
So he's attacking the stumps, and that's a good ploy, because if he gets one to rear up, the batsman will have to play that line. Every time a batsman plays a ball, his technique is challenged, especially on a surface like this where the ball is jumping around at times and keeping low on other occasions. Still would want him to bowl a few cutters. Get that short leg fielder in for a blow on the glove. That's kept low, missing the stumps down the leg side. Appeal was a strong one from Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's going to ask. Rizwan is in the best position really to tell him whether to go for DRS or not.
And he has. That was really good, I thought.
We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin union, please. Just keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge. Just keep rolling. Yeah, I can see a gap between bat and ball. Roll it. Yeah. Roll it through to the pad, please. Okay, satisfied. No bat and ball. Go for ball cracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitch outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Go back to on-field umpire. Aleem, stay with your original decision. You're on screen, please signal.
That's a review lost, and not a very good review, I'm afraid. I think he was talked in a little bit by the bowler. He was dead certain that was out, and I think that's what you've got to understand is the committee they've got, the Pakistan committee they've got to realise that you've almost got to take the emotions of the bowler out of it. Yes, you can get a little bit of advice from him, but you've got to understand who the individual is. South Africa, Vernon Philander, of course, was one who was famous for shouting all the time, and they suddenly decided just to ignore what he was saying, really, in the end, unfortunately. Warning Vernon. He's bowling so well at the moment, Afridi. He's got a gully in position. He's also got the leg gully, and that's because this variable bounce that's around the place. Wide slip. That's nicely bowled too. Oh, he's not happy. Batsman's not happy. Markram hasn't showed too many emotions. Perhaps a little bit of movement behind the bowler. End of the over, 60 for 1.
Was the reaction in Afrikaans or English from Markram? Urdu, right. Yeah, you're trying to get your focus on the job and you're fighting hard for your side, and certainly there's this irritation just around the big screen or above the big screen. Not nice.
Reaching for that one. It's that line he's been teasing Van der Dussen with.
you can make out that he's nervous. You can make out that he's stuck. He doesn't seem to have a great plan, because he's just reacting to whatever is coming out of Yasser's hand. And it can happen to you, because this is quality leg spin bowling, so you take a little bit of time finding your angles against leg spinner. So what to do when the ball is pitched on that rough area, how to play the drive through the offside, whether you should play that strong drive or not, leave the ball, or just dead bat everything at this stage.
That's the plan. You've got to wait for something that's slightly over pitch to make sure you look to play straight. Don't look to try and play him square, because this ball is gripping on the surface, slow track, it's abrasive, and also there's rough to work with. The most important part of that plan is to get down the other end.
What about the sweep shot? Should he be playing the sweep shot? It's risky.
Not yet, no.
That should be part of the plan, I think, batting plan.
Oh, yeah.
Driving the ball too hard for my liking. Just got to settle in, make sure that he just times the ball and not look to thrash it.
Yeah.
61 for 1. They've occupied some deliveries, these two, at the moment. So 72 balls for 22 to Markram and 23 for just 6 for Van der Dussen. Faf du Plessis, experienced Faf du Plessis next. Quinton de Kock, the captain, after that. They want to improve on that shot that he played in the first innings. Quinton de Kock, Bavuma as well. He'll fight. He's run out, so that was unnecessary. But de Kock also a left-hander, which is not going to be easy against Yasir Shah, and also George Linder, the other left-hander. Elgar's gone. Hassan Ali. Oh, there's a bit of movement. Bit of movement in the air, bit of reverse maybe.
So when the ball is reversing, you've got to play it as late as possible. It's a bit like playing seam bowling. So you watch the ball early and play as late as possible, and look to play down the ground. I think what it requires at this stage is tight batting from South Africa. See off another spell of pace bowling. Cut down on your back lift, make sure that you get into good positions and not worry about the outswinging angle, because even if there is an edge, it's not going to carry. Most likely it's not going to carry to the keeper or the slips.
There's a couple of blokes out there at the moment, and this is always good to hear, sharing some information. Obviously, no doubt, he's just letting him know that it's reversing. Sharing information and helping each other as much as you possibly can. They watched the Pakistan boys do it so well. Just get stuck in and just bat. That's what these guys have got to do. There's no real demons in the surface. The odd one, yes, might keep a bit low. The odd one might just pop a little bit, and Dean Elgar got one. Shah is going to be tricky, particularly if you're left-handed. So it's a matter of just grinding and grinding, and that's exactly what the home batsman did, particularly in the middle order. That is superbly bowled. Now the thing about that delivery right there was the fact that it came back reversed, it came back very late and also kept low.
Superbly played by the batsman, because he had to adjust. Shaping in with the shine. And it was a goner had that not taken the toe end of the bat, so extremely well played. On a pitch like this, you've got to look hard at the ball all the time, because when there's variation in bounce, obviously then you've got to adjust all the time. So if you Do not look hard at the ball, you can lose the plot, especially the one that scoots along the ground.
Just to look at a split of Aiden Markham, his first 10 tests, 400s in the first 10 and averaged mid-50s. The next 13 tests, no hundreds, which has dragged that average down to half that, what it was in the first 10. Certainly burst onto the scene, played superbly against Australia. Beautifully bowled again. So those centuries, 2 centuries in the series in South Africa against Australia were magnificent. He almost got the Player of the Series award, actually.
His balance has generally been very good, because when the ball is reversing, that is what you need to do, to be balanced at the crease. So when he's moving forward, he's not going across the line of the ball, so he's giving himself just a little extra second to get into good position, and that front foot comes down the pitch. It's not going across the line. They're once again in good position to play that flick. 62 for 1.
Yasir Shah again, as you'd expect. He's plugged himself in, bowling towards the pavilion end.
25.
It's Rassi van der Dussen who's in the firing line. Bowling around the wicket this time, hence a little bit of extra protection on the leg side. Just moved a couple of guys just a fraction deeper.
Right, the stance will be a little different, should be a little different. More open stance he should have. And then, is he capable of padding up that delivery from the rough area? That's going to be the challenge. And how far is the bat when he's padding that ball?
Bang on the right spot, Yasir Shah. It nicely worked.
Just can't understand the logic of having one lodged way back at that mid-wicket fence. Because if the idea is to keep the right-hander on strike, then you've got to get the field in to stop that easy single. So you plan a lot, and suddenly you give it away because of a foul, because of bad field post.
That is a magnificent delivery. What a terrific take as well, by the way, by Rizwan.
Yeah, his action actually improves when he's bowling around the stumps, more body into the act. Lovely spin out of the rough. Look at that one. Spin a mile. He doesn't need to play that one, for example. He can easily pad it up, but because padding up is not part of the arsenal anymore, it's got to be considered as part of your arsenal. It's such a good thing to have up your sleeve on a surface like this.
It's nicely controlled. Good work from Markram. Yeah, you can just kick those away. That's what you've got to look to try and do. Of course, you've got to make sure you judge it correctly so it doesn't go round your legs or pop up and perhaps hit a glove. But anything outside the line of leg stump is not going to be of too much of a concern if you just pat it away. Can't be out. Phil was in this time.
He's clearly opened up to that round the wicket angle. And the Dusen, two wide stance, so they could locate the ball, locate the length early. That's a good one from the batsman. Bat high up in the air, away from that front pad. Good stuff. 64 for 1.
Hassan Ali continues to Markram. Nicely played. Now, I mentioned a little bit earlier about some of the stats regarding Aiden Markram. And this is a stat which he won't want to see, and for no other reason other than the 10 to 39 is an issue. Now, I reckon even if you 18 times out in that region, I reckon even if you brought it down from even 30 to 39, you might find that's a fair percentage of those 18. That just seems to be a bit of a number for him. Once he gets to 30 and playing well to get to 30, suddenly gets out. Sort of out of the blue, and it has often shocked us in the commentary box in South Africa that suddenly he's on his way back after looking so good.
It's what you call rhythm or lack of rhythm, because if you develop a bit of rhythm, then you don't really mind where you are with regard to a certain number, because you're feeling good. He seems to concentrate a great deal more when he starts his innings, as if everything hinges on his ability to focus, and he at times overdoes it. Remaining relaxed at the crease is such an important aspect of batting. So you switch off and then you switch on. You don't look at the scoreboard if a 20 or a 30 gets you thinking negatively, and develop a bit of rhythm. I think right now what we're seeing, a lot of dots, a lot of dead bat from South Africa, and so they are in that survival mode. It can have a dramatic effect because the scoreboard is not moving forward, and you're putting yourself under a lot of pressure.
Nicely played, nicely bowled as well. What have we got? It's just 20 to 2 local time. Oh, that's it. Just about time for a little bit of tea. And a Japal tea. These gentlemen look like they're enjoying it. Mr. Ali and Mr. Rizwan. Enjoy it, gents. Silent, concentrating on the game. It's a great pity, you know, that Markram had that after the burst on the international arena. It's a great pity that he just dropped off a little bit, because this right now would have been the ideal scenario. Of course, when Faf finished as captain, it would have been the ideal scenario for Aiden Markram to take over as the captain. He did the job as captain of South Africa in one day against India, but that didn't work out for him from a personal form point of view. He didn't score too many runs during that one-day series, which set him back a little bit. Sometimes I wonder if they're looking at a bit of a stopgap, that it wouldn't have been a bad idea to give him a bit of a run now instead of putting extra burden on someone like they've got with Quinton de Kock at this stage. But anyway, that's 26 overs gone. It's 64 for 1, and it's also drinks.
We'll take a short break and come back in 15 minutes.
Alam. Let's not forget that century. That was a magnificent 100 from Farad Alam. And Markham and Elwood there right now. And Yasir Shah has got to be expected to bowl quite a bit of the overs left in the day. Trail by 74 runs. There are 33 overs left in the day. So there's still a bit of time for things to happen. I have no problem whatsoever the way these two players have gone about things at the moment. Markham and also Fanadussan. This is a very important afternoon. If they happen to be able to get their stumps, and suddenly things look a little bit different again tomorrow morning, the start of day 4. There we go. They would have had a bit of a chat in the change room. This is an opportunity for the captain to have a bit of a chat to the boys before they get out on the park, the Pakistan boys. I always tend to think that these chats all should have been said in the change room personally. They should just walk out and just get in positions and get on with it. But anyway, this is my view. But here they go. They're ready to go again. Looks like it's going to be Afridi. Shaheen Shah Afridi is going to be starting proceedings, but a reverse swing again. And of course, he was finding that awkward bouncing area buzzer, which is going to be something he's going to be targeting, no doubt.
Yeah, found the ideal length, just short of a length and banging it in. But it'll be interesting now because this ball now 42 overs old, so it's getting softer. As the ball does get soft, it's not reacting as much off the surface. We've seen that throughout the game, but now more so because the pitch has also sort of been used. It's now the last session of day 3. So the pace out of the pitch has gone.
And that would have been the talking point from Rassi Fanadussan and also Aiden Markram. They haven't been pushing on with the score at all, but as I said, that's the way they go about things in these sort of situations, and they decide they're just going to grind this bowling attack down. And so far, I think they've done a pretty good job. They're just got to make sure they continue after the break, and how often it is after a break that something happens, some sort of excitement happens after a break. Are we very keen to make sure that doesn't come into play? There's going to be Yasir Shah again, bowling towards the pavilion end. Just a slip on a short leg at the moment for Fanadussan. It's a bit of a loosener that he hasn't had to take toll of. Just a single. Rotates the strike though.
And these two must realize that, yes, they've had a long time, but for a new player or new batsman coming in to bat, it's far more difficult.
It's a little difficult also for a side screen that's blowing also. At the moment, behind Aiden Markram, they've got the side screen. Oh, they seem to have sorted it out now. It's covered by sheet, actually, the advertising board below the side screen. It was just blowing around a little bit, just to the below that a little bit. Just at the bottom, you'll see there's advertising boards, and those sheets were just blowing around. Yeah, those. But they seem to be okay now, as that first ball was delivered. But he's clearly concentrating, didn't notice it. Amazing about batsmen. Some batsmen just notice something, some of the weirdest things that are sort of out of most people's eye line. I mean, he didn't even notice, and I've seen batsmen face up when there's even when the red ball's been in play and there's been maybe a red advertising sign that's been showing brightly on the whole side screen. And I still didn't notice. I think probably the most aware player I've seen is Sachin Tendulkar. The slightest bit of movement or slightest bit of action behind is something that he doesn't like. But that was fair enough. I have no problem with that, but I guess that's why he was so good, noticing everything.
And most people just take batting for granted. But it's such a difficult art. You can spot those minor details, then you are good.
We did have that one situation earlier today where Mark was on strike and Freedy was running into bowl, and one of the Pakistan players came out of the change room above the side screen and started walking behind the side screen where he was most upset as the ball was delivered. very animated, understandably so. One of the players that weren't playing, obviously on the bench players, Asher Shah, a little bit excited with that delivery. 86 for 1. Shaheen Chara Afridi, 20 years of age, 6'4", terrific bowler. Perhaps doesn't swing the ball in as much as he would like in these sort of conditions. It's a tough call at times. Don't expect it now, I suppose, with the ball 43 overs old. We'll be looking to get some reverse, though, I'm sure. That is a terrific line to start.
What we've seen throughout this test match mostly is that they've gone for a leg side field. But right now it's a short mid-wicket and a square leg. We've seen a leg gully as well, but we've not seen that genuine short leg fielder so often. And maybe right now, because Markram's been so good with his balance and been so good at defending the balls coming back in, you want somebody in his eye line to just maybe disrupt that rhythm that he's got.
Yeah, that leg gully's been coming into play when there's been that awkward bounce around the place when he was coming from over the wicket. As soon as he switches to over, that'll be back into play. He's trying to mix it up a little bit. A bit of swing. And that line's outstanding. It really is. You've got to work very hard. What I liked about the first ball he bowled, it was just over 130 k's per hour. And he's built up the pace over the next couple. One delivery earlier today was very sharp at 144. No ball called, overstepping. Called by the TV umpire, which is maybe about 15 years too late that happened. Must be such a different game now for the umpires too, that they don't have to worry about trying to call these front foot no balls.
Yeah, concentrate right at the batsman. But it's also a different game because everything they decide or their judgment is always questioned all the time. So a lot of umpires don't like being proved wrong when the DRS comes into play, and they sort of almost keep track of when their decisions get overturned. There we go again. Yeah, the sheet again blowing over those boards. I've never once been to a 4-day or a test match game where there's not been a problem with the side screen. Never once. No crowd, nothing. Have never once happened that there's not been a problem. We had a ground in in Islamabad, where we used to play first-class cricket back in the day, and there wasn't a side screen. It was sort of stairs or concrete stairs right in front, and it was all painted white. And even then, there'd be a problem. Somebody would walk across, there'd be a dog coming down or something.
That's crazy. These two batsmen will be thinking about the first 30 minutes again. After the break, to make sure they stay nice and positive, make sure they're still there 30 minutes into the next session. They'll be communicating with each other, swapping any tips. Letting each other know anything that's going on that perhaps the other one hadn't spotted, like there is a bit of reverse, and Afridi's not a big reverse swing bowler, so he'll be all about the line. There'll be no swing. It'll be about the length, more importantly for him, because of the length that he does bowl. But as Buzzard Khan was saying, that ball is no longer new, so bursting through the top might be a little bit more of a non-issue now. Leg side, there is protection down there. Still just going to be the single though. Ticking things over, the last ball. Also retains the strike. 44 gone, 90 for 1. Just tucking his sock back in actually at the end of that over. He's got a hot, there it is, he's just playing around with it there. He's got a hole in the front of that boot of his. Those boots are very light for a fast bowler, for a guy of his size. Pretty light on his feet, he must be. Those holes in the front, this just stops the toenail from jamming against the front of the boot all the time as it pounds down, sometimes around about 8 times the body weight going through that front foot.
Yeah, just his fast bowlers, gorgeous pair of boots, and they cut it up.
Ruined it.
Absolutely.
That about. Wonder if the manufacturers actually cut it for them before they get it. Sponsored these days, so I wonder if it's specific size they need and everything. Make sure they don't have any issues. I guess not. It's probably their own tailor. Is it a tailor? It's a cobbler, isn't it? I think that probably does the work. Probably sews around the hole so it doesn't split anymore. A little bit short, and he's hammered that. That's a good shot from Fandadosa, and that's nicely played. Good connection.
What you've got to like about that shot is that he stayed low. Even though he's pulling the ball, he stayed very low to the ground. He's picked up the length, but look at him. He just stayed very, very low. It's actually more of a slog sweep than the pull shot, but he's been able to hit it so well because of the fact that he's catered for the low bounce.
So that's all they need occasionally, just the odd loose delivery through a little bit of frustration perhaps in the bowler. They had been few and far between, the loose deliveries. One thing these two batsmen have done very well, yeah, a couple of things actually. They've been patient. They've been making sure they've been playing with the bat in front of the pad, so it hasn't had an opportunity for any bat pad. Rocking into the back foot, more time at the crease. Have more time to play those sort of shots as well. Normally that would have been defended upon just arriving. And now it's punched for a single. 97 for 1 now. Partnership on 49.
Talking about the method of these two players, we take you back to Adelaide 2012 when Faf got 100 in a match-saving innings, 110 of 376 balls, and it's his debut. He's yet to come to bat. The partnership with AB was 89 of 408 balls. So they do have this method. They do have this method of blocking or blunting the opposition. That was the fourth innings, but they're not going at the same rate, but it's similar sort of vein to actually build the innings in being very, very solid in defense.
Yeah, I was there that day. It was remarkable stuff from Faf. He picked up the Man of the Match award on debut as well. Magnificent performance. They were expected to win. In fact, what happened, that was instrumental in winning the series. Because what happened is a couple of Australian bowlers, Siddle was one, was so exhausted after bowling, and there wasn't too much time in between the next test at Perth, that he didn't front up. He wasn't well enough to front up. He was dehydrated. Wasn't well enough to front up for the next test in Perth, and South Africa won that next test and won the series. Are you sitting down, Buzzard? You're sitting down, by the way? You're sitting down? Are you ready for this? I've got a stat for you. You sure you're sitting down?
I might stand up after the stat.
Yeah, you might fall off the chair, actually.
There you go.
So you mentioned that partnership. AB de Villiers, 33 runs off 220 balls.
That's the way he normally plays, doesn't he?
Yeah, very similar.
Very, very
that's sort of
sedate.
Yeah.
No sixes, and it doesn't go after the bowling at all.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, the method of playing in sort of a situation where they've got back towards the wall, and it's almost showing here that they've trusted their defense so much that they've made sure that they build the partition, yes, slowly, but not give the opposition an inch. And we don't see that anymore. Very few sides can do this. This is, well, I say old school, but this is batting of the highest order where you can actually concentrate for so long and trust your defense. We don't see this very often, but if you want to pick a side nowadays who can do it or who's done it in the recent past, that's South Africa.
Oh, it's a nice solid drive. All tagged by the skipper. Brings up the 50 stand, by the way, that drive. Just a little bit wide of Babar Azam. Really good work from these two guys. It's what South Africa needs. They will know only too well. These two dedicated cricketers, that they've got to keep going. Still trail by plenty. Just a slight change in the field now, just to get the batsman on do some thinking about things with a couple men back. Call is for two. They're going to be able to touch and zip back for the second. End of the over, 46 gone, 100 on the board as well for the loss of Justine Auger. I knew those shoes were no good, Buzzard. Once you got a hole in your shoe, you're in trouble. Oh, there's a hole in another shoe. I've noticed the one hole was bigger than the other hole. I think that might have been the issue there. So the one hole is quite small there, and the one that's going away, that's a bigger hole, and the one that he's popped into, there it is. He was obviously jamming a bit.
And he probably just told Babar Azam that because of that he wasn't hitting his length.
Shah again.
Yeah, Shaji. That's it, Shabash, Shaji. Bowling Shaji. Yeah, good bowling, Shaji, good bowling. Shabash, guys.
Slight change of the line.
Good bowling, Shaji.
He did have a go a little bit earlier today when he was bowling around the wicket and into the rough to the two right-handers, and suddenly they just started padding up. And I think you were in air, Buzzard. You said you knew it wasn't going to last too long before he lost patience with that and went back to over.
Shaji.
And what Yasser will not enjoy is that in that first innings there was slight bit of pace in the pitch, so the one that he bowls straight on, it zips off the surface. Now he's bowling that one which goes straight on, but because of lack of pace it's not as potent. Slipped into the leg side, and they've done well. They'll come back for 3.
Good aggressive running. Yeah, we've seen a couple of strong defensive shots as well from these two guys in this over, which have resulted in very dead bats. Solid defensive shots, which is a far cry from what was happening when they first arrived. So that's an indication again of how much more comfortable they're feeling in the middle after spending time there. That's all it takes, to spend time in the middle. The whole game's a different game. Nicely worked again. Really good stuff. So 4 runs from that over, 47 gone, 104 for 1. The aforementioned Faf du Plessis due to come in next. And the left-handed Quinton de Kock, right-handed Bavuma, left-handed George Linder. At the moment it's these two guys doing a sterling job. Freedy has decided to go over the wicket, so a change of line from him. Worked nicely through the covers. This outfield is so quick. He's got a good bat as well, I think. That's gone for 4. Not out of the middle by any means.
Yeah, Shaheen Shah Afridi just venturing full enough, and that gave the opportunity to be hit on the front foot. He's gone searching full and just timed through the offside. Van der Dusen just placed it, almost just leant on it, and it's raced away.
Yeah, I might have done him a bit of an injustice there. I think it actually was a pretty good shot. It was out of the middle of the bat. It was down the bottom of the bat. Still a good bat, though. Of course, going into this series, these South African players would have known exactly the bowlers who do bowl reverse, who do get it to swing back in, such as Hassan Ali. They would know that Afridi doesn't really do that, so that wouldn't have been a major concern. They probably would have expected him to bring the ball back in when it was newer to the right-handers, because that's what he did when he was in South Africa. and picked up a couple of wickets doing that, and then just having one that goes across the right-handed batsman to spar on the slip cordon. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was front of Dusson who was caught doing that, sparring to balls just went across him rather than the ones that were still coming back in. So the fact that he's not reversing it takes one big worry out of the situation. And the use of the analyst is such an interesting thing. Some guys like a lot of information, some guys don't like much at all. Hashim Amla was someone who fed off information. He would get a DVD under his door pretty much every night. From Prasanna, who used to be with the team. AB de Villiers hardly wanted anything. He would have the odd look on a computer, on a laptop, of one or two deliveries from a particular bowler. In fact, I'm pretty sure when Syed Ajmal toured South Africa, he requested literally just to look at 2 deliveries, and that was enough. He didn't want to see any more. He actually made a comment to AB de Villiers after getting a good score in Cape Town. I can't remember when Ajmal bowled beautifully and got man of the match, I'm pretty sure. Made a comment that he actually didn't pick him out of the hand. He always used to pick him through the air. I mean, that's how good AB de Villiers is.
That's ridiculous. Not Shine falling on the ground, but we actually pick the spin in the air. Shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, that was when the doosra was allowed to be bowled. So he had that magnificent doosra, and then also the stand-off spinner. So he said, no, it doesn't matter. He doesn't watch the hand. Someone asked him, I don't watch the hand. I just watch it through the air. Everyone's going, what? You do? Just noticed he's just gone past his highest score in tests in Asia, Ada Markram. 110 for 1 now. Correction, in 10 innings in tests in Asia. Drag that one down. Just the single with the result, and I think Markram's perhaps a little bit annoyed with himself there. It was one for the taking.
Yeah, but there's no pace in the pitch, so he had to wait a lot, hold his shot, and even then he couldn't time it or smash it through the offside. Just on the analysts as well, they would know that Yasir Shah's not a massive ripper of the wrong un. Doesn't give that a huge turn. That's with the leggy, condition suit. Shane Warne very big on leg spinners having a slightly rounder arm when they're bowling to affect leg spin and yes, it's very upright. Well, he's gone upstairs. but it looks as if it was an easy single.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. Direct hit is always worth a little look upstairs, but there's no excitement at all from Pakistan out there in the middle. Yeah, no dramas. That's grounded. Put in some hard yards here. They really have.
It's quite interesting that you mentioned that Yasha get leg spin but doesn't get the googly that far spinning. His action would suggest, because he's quite straight, he's not round arm at all, it suggests that he might be good at the googly, but just doesn't get his wrist across, or whatever reason that is. But he certainly gets that straighter one working, which sort of hurries the batsman. That is his go-to delivery after a couple of leg spinners, sets the batsman up and it zips off the surface. And I keep mentioning this because now the surface is quite slow, so he's not getting that zip off the surface. He's bowled a few ones that's gone straight on, but they've been able to defend him off the back foot.
Shave for the ball before that delivery. Markram was having a close look. End of the over, 49 gone, 113 for 1.
This is what Test cricket is about. Rising from the ashes, so to say. South Africa had a very tough day at the office yesterday with the ball, and now they're bouncing back. Every session has got its own special flavor, special challenge, and that's why Test cricket is still so watchable. People are not looking at the strike rate as such, because the battle is for survival here and how well they've paired. 65 or 199 balls. On paper, it should look as a dull event, but believe me, it's exactly the opposite. Upish and beautifully played away. That's middle properly by Markram.
Afridi just erring here in terms of his length and line. And this is one of Markram's favourite shots, the one that he's gaining a big reputation for, the cover drive.
If he gets to his 50, it'll be his first 50 in Asia in subcontinent conditions in 5 matches, in 10 innings.
I thoroughly enjoyed his knock today. Long may it continue, but he's been made to work for every single run. And if he can just continue to dig deep and keep going, this could be a real turning corner for him.
Well, that one kept low, earns him a single, earns him a 50. Well played indeed, Markram. Normally a free-flowing player, been put in a severe test that challenged his technique and temperament. He has batted beautifully against spin. Top quality innings under pressure. Such a knock can sort of make you realize how tough you can be when the situation demands you to be. So you can surprise yourself. Because the challenge is to survive and to put up a dogged defense.
This sort of knock is a knock that just personally I've been wanting for a while to see him play, and because he is a free scoring batsman, he strikes at a phenomenal rate. First class cricket, his test innings, particularly in South Africa, they've come at 60 to 70, which is high. Even the very best in the game have never over a long career at that sort of strike rate. So it's just teaching him the benefit of spending time at the crease and the subcontinent. That is what you need to be doing. Not always the case, but when it's required, you've got to show that technique and temperament that you are capable of it. Been such a good test match, Rami, is the way that now the game has taken on another complexion. As the pressure and the focus on Pakistan performance has shifted more towards that now. Just a long way to go here for South Africa. Trail by 38, and we spoke earlier that to put Pakistan under pressure they need to get close to 350 and potentially beyond.
That's a good line. He's attacking the stumps. Well played in the end. This innings now exactly 50 overs all, 120 for 1. .220 all out in the first innings and 120 for the loss of 1. Just 38 runs deficit for South Africa. Track down really is a special effort. There's this partnership, temperament point of view, from defend point of view. Noman Ali coming on to bowl.
I like this move by Babar Azam. Thought perhaps he bowled Shah a few overs too many. He's the guy that South Africa would have been most concerned about, and a change of bowling can often bring you a wicket. Batsman sees off the biggest threat and so easily relax in his thinking. A change bowler can often mean success for him.
I just feel that there's not a lot of help off the straight, so it's got to look to aim for rough patches, maybe change the angle, come from over the wicket, do something different, make them play the sweep shot, because he's not getting the ball to tweak at all off the straight. So he's aiming for leg before, he's aiming for batsmen to get tired and lose their focus. It hasn't happened so far for 207 balls.
No ball.
It's a no ball. Just overstretching a little bit.
Now, would you be tempted here just to come down the pitch? No real turn. Mid on and mid off, or both up, fairly up, haven't been given a few yards.
as you know, Daryl, when you're looking to defend, your system is kind of in a jam mode. And certainly when you force yourself to drive the ball uppishly, you can lose the strength or lose the shape on it. So you got to be careful in that regard. Right now they've dropped anchor. They are in that zone where they're looking to defend.
Just don't want to end up with a rush of blood. Just get that feeling of madness for a second or two. Invariably happens when the bowler turns and he comes in. But he'd do well just to have a look for 2-3 overs, have a chat to your partner.
What he's done well throughout this innings is look to play with a straightish bat. And his balance has been great as well. 121 for 1. Partly because of great batting, defensive batting. Partly it could be because the pitch is now sounding a lot better for the batsman. Because that awkwardness seemed to have vanished.
It's really playing well. Buzzard can't call it earlier, didn't he? At the start of the test match, that having worked quite a lot here in the recent times, it's been good for batting day 3 and 4. This is going to be an interesting spell because noticeably there was some reverse swing.
You know, Daryl, I'm a big believer of tweaking the feel if nothing is happening. Reverse swing, big time and nicely played. Good tight defense. So you can play around with your field, do something different. Let's try a silly mid-off, for example. Beautiful shot. Really was well timed and well stopped by Shaheen Afridi's tall, big frame. Dived just in time.
What's clear is that Hassan Ali is going to look to attack those stumps. Yes, you want to just place that element of doubt in the batsman's mind, don't you? Just subtly, big sort of changes that tells you more that you're not really sure about where the wicket's going to come from. But just guy coming closer or touch wider does cross your mind. Does have a slip, he does have a gully, so he will also look to take it away. Now, I was there yesterday and sadly lost the battle of noughts and crosses, but it's the young Bobby and Alex. Take your pick. Who's the winner? Oh, Bobby on the left, champion. The beautiful shot. He's going to get to that beautiful little leather diary in that box. But this is a class shot.
Mentioned it before, he's a stylist. He's a good-looking batsman. To produce such a beauty on a slow pitch, and certainly when you're looking to defend, to get one on the pads and put it away was pretty special. Good wrist work.
And it's just so interesting how the game flows. You put in the hard work. Pakistan, as this innings carries on, start to be a bit anxious. Where do we get a wicket? Bowlers tend to make the odd mistake. They go too full, too straight.
Two short mid-wickets in place now. Oh, nice delivery, nice shape back into the stumps. Took his top hand off the handle. Makram is stung by that extra bit of zip and movement.
Almost looked as if he was going to look to drive that through the offside, and just got to be so cautious here. He's got that boundary. He's picked up the gift on leg stump, and it'd be a fantastic idea right now just to close shop, get through this over, You got a little break and then set yourself for the next.
A little iffy once again on that occasion. 126 for 1.
A growing partnership between these two, and South Africa would have looked to a few individual performances, but to top that they needed to really have one or two big partnerships. This needs to grow beyond that, and somewhere down the line a smaller one, and that should see them in a good position, but plenty of work is still to be done. The ball is reversing and any new batsman might battle with it, so these two, the emphasis will be on looking to bat and bat a long time. Overthrows, welcome runs. Oh, just before them, and it is.
Is he getting scolded? Was this needed? Not really. Yasir Shah, they're diving. More a cosmetic dive than anything else, and Fawad Alam had no chance in the end. Close. That really is close. Was there a little bit of inside edge? Was the impact outside the stumps? He has read it as not out. DRS timer is on. Babar Azam, what is he thinking? They've read it as played. He's asking the batsman also. That is never going to tell you.
Yeah, lovely.
Probably will serve Pakistan if the pair is allowed to play a few shots, because you get them out of their comfort zone, and their comfort zone has been to do exactly this. I think a bit of an inside edge. In the last over against Hassan Ali, Makram drove one through mid-wicket, and then the next couple of balls he became just a little bit loose. So they want them to try a few things and look for boundary.
Well, Van der Dussen comes down the wicket well. I've seen him do that on occasions. I don't think he's going to beat the bat if he does. If it's not the right length, he can always resort to defending it.
That's good bowling actually. This one spun just a little bit. One down for 130.
Well, there's something for Hassan Ali in the previous over to get excited about. Just looking back on the day, Ramesh, could Pakistan have done anything differently? I don't think so. They found themselves on a good pitch, a pitch which has surprised us all, is playing well. They've stuck to their task of trying to restrict South Africa. That run rate has gone up. There was a stage where it was under 2. Wasn't the turn perhaps that we expected? they've just met a very resilient South African batting lineup who are not going to lie down, and they're going to continue the fight and look to bat big. But I do think the one thing that might work for them, a bit of ball work to be done. That seam, umpire getting his little tool bag out, but with it reversing, if they can get a wicket, I think the new batsman, it's going to be tough for him.
Yes, I agree with what you say.
And often one brings 2-3 under those circumstances.
Only if Babar Azam had held on to that catch from Makram when he was in his 20s. 27, things could have been a little different for Pakistan. Nicely played, good roll of the wrist, now looking increasingly comfortable. Because you tend to forget the value of good fielding. Pakistan showed it in the first innings and reaped great benefits. And he had time really to catch it. It wasn't as if the ball came sharply at him. Is he getting ready to bowl? Fawad Alam can roll his arm over as well.
Well, if you can bowl, give him an over. He's the man of the moment.
Yeah.
It's like you need a golden arm right now, don't you? Just a change which brings a wicket. Did you play with a few golden arms in your time?
Yes. One, Mudassar Nazar, who ran like Dennis Lilly and delivered like, like Yasir Shah. No, but seriously, he was a good bowler, very intelligent cricketer. So he was the golden arm for us. Every time there was a partnership, he'd be called in, get you a wicket, and then was removed from the 8.
Tease reluctance.
He generally was furious because he really backed himself to pick more. I think it was at Lord's where he picked 5 or 6 wickets in a knock. Knocked over a few of the left-handers, I believe. Oh, nice shape into the batsman, and what a good shot that is through the offside. That's such a difficult angle to create and execute, and Van der Dusen there doing it rather easily. Lovely piece of batting. The other great thing about that drive was that he didn't overhit it. It was all about making sure that he located the reverse swing and just tapped it through wide mid-off.
No, you don't want a big backlift. You don't want a big follow-through. We heard Wazim earlier talk about Martin Crowe and the benefit of a low. Were you on commentary with him, Ramiz, talk about reversing a low backlift?
Yeah, I mentioned that actually. Oh, glorious straight drive. What a shot that is. Makram at his very best. 1 down for 139.
Aiden Markram, the young man, finding his groove. The best shot of his innings. All good about it. Coming in, the balance. Oh, that's good. And this is what he can do if he really gets going. We've seen him at home do it, and he's played some test innings in the past. But this, if he's to go on and score big, you'd consider it a complete innings. It had all to it. Struggle in the beginning, spin, bowl in an innings, spending time at the crease, a lot of patience. You'd have the opportunity to use all the words to describe it. But he's had the tenacity at times, looking good just to get out. It's normally around those 30s now. He's got past that period, but he just keeps reminding himself that it's not about his score. It's the big picture. It's where the team is. Stay focused. What's necessary right now, and that's what South Africa need to take this partnership way and beyond what it is right now. And I think he's got a great partner in front of this, and my pick for the trip. And he loves this sort of situations. He's type of wicket, and he loves to occupy the crease, and that's what South Africa need. No matter where his innings is going, he loves to occupy the crease.
You've got to create an opportunity around the bat. He's not going to get a lot of bounce, Noman. Sort of round armish, is not very tall, so you've got to be there at silly mid-off to get a catch off the blade. Just remain low and stationary. You adjust according to the bounce of the pitch at short leg. You're better off bending low.
Yes, and staying there. You often, as the batsman looks to come at you, you stand up that moment. It's a problem you see with slip fielders as well. Any keeper will tell you it's easier to come up than go down again. I think that would have been a brilliant catch, but the point being made is that you've got to stay low. And you've got to be able to brave enough to face it, because he's in tight there.
He richly deserves this single, because he's battle hard, so inside edge and a run really will not bother him at all. Deserves it.
That's the one part of his game when he's playing forward there that I'm not mad about. He just gets a long way in front. I don't mind it being a little bit in front, but it opens up that inside edge and just leaves a little gap there between bat and pad.
South Africa trail by 18 now, just 18 more to wipe out the deficit. 140 for 1.
So Ramiz, should we just have a little look into the future? 20 overs remaining for the day. A 3 and over, that's 60. That's what South Africa then 50 ahead. Yep, 50 plus. Give Pakistan a wicket or two. Going to the 4th day. Got to add another 200 to that. That'll take them way beyond T. Give Pakistan maybe 2 or 3 more. And let's revisit Baz's thoughts that, and history in fact, has shown that the sides batting 4th, that they had time here, they generally chased down the score.
Brighter fan of the match. Play the Brighter fan of the match contest and win a signed ball. Fabulous. Yeah, I mean, you can get Pakistan under pressure. Nicely put away into the gap. That's 4. It's a fast outfield, but don't worry about the fastness of the outfield. It was quality shot on 49 now.
Now the runs are starting to flow, yeah, as Pakistan work harder and harder to get that breakthrough. So the various options and changes in what they're doing are starting to happen, and this is allowing Van der Dussen and Markram to pick up some boundaries. It's a good study in how to just get it down. Just extends those arms and allows the pace of the ball to run off the face of the bat. I think that's the closest we've seen to the $500. It's in that sort of area.
Coming back to your point, day 5, Pakistan inserted in. They wouldn't be thinking about that board at all. And make them think about survival. Service tires hit and win contest. Player hitting the service tires hit and win board has a chance of winning 500 US. So I'd say go for it. So get them thinking about defense, about surviving the day, about being on the defensive on the mat. And we know that Pakistan have faltered once before at Islamabad, long time back. I think it was 96-97 test match where they were asked to get 150. They were bowled out for less than 150 on day 5 pitch. So it'll be interesting how they feature in a contest when they're put under pressure.
Well, the key for them will be to keep South Africa, not giving them easy runs. They've got to drag this out, The wickets don't come regularly, they'll come eventually. And it's a long way off, but I'm thinking they're going to be left something and will be left to chase it down. And South Africa may find themselves, through Pakistan in the effort to do that, lose wickets. But the conclusion I'm coming to is that this innings is vital. South Africa have to go big. 400 plus. Pakistan against Sri Lanka, what was it, 550 for 3, and then bowled Sri Lanka out. To all that time in the field, maybe the 5th day it played to its potential that we thought it would.
Aleem Dar is not convinced. Let's see what Pakistan want. Oh, they're going for a review. He's signaling played. Aleem Dar. And it's 144 for the loss of 1. Always appears as if there's this race against time scenario when a squirrel is at it. Why can't Pakistan ever salim it off? Just a polite query.
Well, I would to Van der Dussen because he pushes out there.
Immaculate defense. Well, that's been the story. Markram's success is built around strong defense in this innings.
I hope it's not the case, but I sense a big shot coming here. I hope it's down the wicket straight over the bowler's head. Yeah, I see now we've got a change in the field and maybe different line. That can open up an opportunity. You do well here, just to knock it in a gap, get to the other side. Over the wicket, into the rough.
Yeah, they want him to sweep. And Pakistan are looking for a top edge. That's why they've got a short fine fielder in. Yeah, keep that bat away. Keep that bat away from that pad.
What do you reckon? No thoughts of sweeping here?
No chance. Absolutely no chance. So, say boredom to death. Keep on padding away. Something different. I mean, we've all been there and it feels different. Round the stumps, hitting the rough angle can be a bit of a teaser because you know that you're not going to get out if you keep on padding, but you know, there's also this slight hesitancy that develops in the mind. What if I miss the ball and I'm bowled around the stumps? So am I covering my stumps? And then a beauty like that, he was forced to play that line. Beautiful delivery, really was a top quality ball that.
That was by no means on middle and off. It's straight outside the leg stump. And what can you do as a batsman? That's too good for you. You're still in. He's listening to you, Ramesh. Long may it continue. 144 for one.
Oh, now that was close actually. Hitting the flap and he was bending low. Nice shot. Comes back for two. And Doosan earns himself a 50. Really great innings, I would say, for a guy who's not used to such conditions. Batting at number 3, normally your best batsman occupies that position, and he's shown guts, determination, resilience, quality. He's played reverse swing beautifully, and his defense against spin has been remarkably good as well. So job well done. His first game in Asia. Not a bad result at all. 50 or 123 balls.
His 5th test 50, yet to get 100.
Into the gap and beautifully placed. This is good batting. Playing the reverse superbly. Keeping the bat low to the body, or close to the body in fact, and then working it with the shape of the ball.
That's where he's so good. He's a good timer of the ball. And that's all this one needed. Out of his crease, just looking to limit the effect of the reverse swing. Interesting to see that LBW shot again, because what's clear there, look where he's standing. Perhaps the thought in the umpire's mind that it might have been a bit too high. It's worth a short ball, though. The guy's there. But he's not the quickest, but still.
You know, at times it serves you if you tell the umpire that you're standing out of the crease. Umpire's call just. Pakistan did not opt for a review. So telling the umpire that I'm standing out of the crease can work at times, because from a straight-on angle, the umpire doesn't know where you are standing in relevance to the stumps. Just trying to cut out the reverse swing angle. I think batsmen are trying to stand out of the crease because of that. Also to take the leg before decision out of the equation.
In our day, we went further back in the crease. I guess we got it wrong. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about us, the South African batsmen. There's one big difference there. It wasn't coming at 132 miles an hour. It was a lot more brisker.
Pakistan, it's time now for Pakistan to show a bit of guts and grind it out. It's a no ball. So they've got to still think about the situation as a favourable one. The game is not yet out of their hands. Very much in it.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't 132 miles an hour, because that would have been impossible. About 100. Well, this is about 130 odd Ks. It was in the region of 140, 145. But as South Africa have just gone about their performance here with the bat, Pakistan just need to continually just work away. There's a possibility there. It's going late. If he hits that right limb. We saw Rabada get his 200th wicket with an absolute beauty. Wasn't a great shot, but it came back sharply.
Ah, nice delivery. Almost hoodwinked him with a fuller length. One down for 153. Umpire has called in drinks. So a drink, South Africa sitting pretty. 153 for the loss of one.
Welcome back to the National Stadium in Karachi, where we are having drinks at the moment, and when it's drinks at about this time of the day, it's time for a bit of tapal tea. There you go. Boys are into that. Deep in conversation about the game as well. Look like they're enjoying the partnership. Oh no, they're not enjoying the partnership. Shake of the head there. Thought they were at one stage. Partnership has been really good if you're a South African supporter. 105. Wazim, even you be enjoying this partnership or not, maybe?
I enjoyed the way they batted. They really fought well. It was tough out there, but seriously, it's a really good cricket by the South Africans. They came back well. And this partnership is worth now 105. But obviously, I'm not happy with it.
I would have fallen off my chair if you'd said you were. So the deficit is still 5 runs. That's the bad news as far as South Africa is concerned. They've done such a great job. Markram and Van der Dussen have been there for a long, long time. Van der Dussen 56, Markram now to 60. Tipasitikam, De Kock as well, Bavuma, they're the recognised batsmen. And well done to the blokes in green right now. 17 overs left in the day's play. They must continue as far as South Africa is concerned. And it is, cries of catch it straight away, but that's a solid drive for 4. That's a lovely way to start after a bit of a drink.
It's not an easy shot to play, especially if the left-arm spinner bowling through from the rough. And obviously this delivery was slightly wideish and fullish. And that's where it was easy pickings up in the air for a while, but it was in the gap. Positive intent from South Africa. Only 1 run behind now.
There's a bit of sharp turn out of that rough.
It's only turning from the rough, even against the left-handers, nothing from the middle. This is incredible, astonishing as far as this wicket, the way the wicket behaved.
And there was a little bit of turn from the middle at this in day 1. That was the amazing thing. But since then, no, we haven't seen that. So it's now just out of the rough. Just going to kick those away as long as the cowards come home.
This bowling means that the captain wants to contain runs. That's not happening. So that's why he's gone over the wicket to hit the rough with man back at square leg for the sweep shot.
He's got everything nicely covered there, Markram, so no danger, of course, of being given out LBW. The only danger he's got is behind the legs. That's unlikely for an orthodox spinner. The other one, of course, is if it bounces extra and hits him on the gloves, perhaps. He's been raising those gloves nice and high.
You see, that's the beauty of Test cricket. Now the pressure is back on Pakistan now, because lead is almost done. Now every run they score, Pakistan got to chase in 4th innings on this pitch. Today is the 3rd day. That's, like I said, beauty of Test cricket. Every session by session the game changes.
Oh yeah! Deep into day 3. Getting towards the end of that, still a bit of time for things to happen, I suppose. 157 for 1. Played well, 64 not out, been there for a while, but there's been some lovely shots. It was all about defence when he first arrived. A punch on the offside in front of square got him going nicely. That was nice and fine on the leg side, as was that one also. And started to recognise the spinners a bit after just spending some time out there and defending stoutly against them. And of course he's happier with the seamers, and that was a beautiful stroke down the ground. Nice 50.
Change of bowling. Big appeal. He's gone. Important wicket for Fahim Ashraf, the bowler.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin million, please. It's nice and slow. Just keep rolling, keep rolling. Let's roll forward. Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through outright. Let's keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line, flat line. Roll it through to the bat, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitch it outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Go back to on-field umpire. Alim, you need to reverse your decision. You're on screen. Please signal.
Yep, just sliding down that leg side. South Africa survived as partnership survives.
Just a whisker. It was an umpire's call. But lucky for South Africa, not for Pakistan. Would have been such a crucial wicket at this stage of the game. Only 1 run behind South Africa now.
I think there might have been a quick call from Markham at the non-strikers in to send that upstairs, because there was communication straight away, and then suddenly it was sent. It was going down. There's an edge, hasn't carried. That was a genuine edge, didn't carry, which shows the slowness of this surface.
Good areas. He started off well for him. Not sharp though. 127 kilometers an hour, 130. And let's have a look. The length was perfect, the line was right, outside edge didn't carry because of slowness in the pitch. Happened to Rizwan. Is it hamstring? Is he getting cramps?
It's got to be cramp. Was involved. Oh no, maybe it's Achilles. Is it perhaps Achilles? Ankle maybe? I hope it's not Achilles.
He's physically and mentally very strong, Rizwan. I've worked with him 2-3 years in PSL. One of the best teammans you can ask for.
He will hope he can shake that off, because he's not the sort of bloke who is clearly just going to walk off the park.
I think both of them, Van der Dusen and Makram, got their technique right on this pitch. They struggled in first innings because probably they weren't experienced enough on this sort of pitch, but now they're playing on front foot and everything is straight bat, full face off the bat. They're not trying to play cut or back foot drive on this pitch.
And they were happy to be patient too, which is so important. They know their games, they know the way they play. They supported each other nicely. Let's look at the work from Markham scoring on the offside. Have a look at these shots, some beautiful shots. Back foot, front foot as well. Spin also. Beautiful drive on the offside that time. A little bit uppish that one, but it was a vacant area. That was more controlled. That's a strong area for him. You know he's playing well. In fact, any batsman who's scoring runs in those areas, you know they're playing well. But to get 43% of the runs so far there is really good work from Markham. That's gone fine, and that's going to run away smartly for another boundary.
No third man, another boundary. South Africa ahead by 3 runs now. 161 for 1.
I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself because it's been a really good performance up until now. But this could be an interesting match. Things go well for the next, what have we got, 15 overs?
Oh yeah.
I think one thing I can guess with the experience that chasing 170 on a 5th day or even end of the 4th day will be a tough ask. I know it's a flatter wicket, but it's still not easy wicket to get runs against the fast bowlers or the spinners.
And the thing to remember also, there's definitely an area with the fast bowlers with the new ball. That's the important thing with the new ball. An area with the new ball, the taller fast bowlers can hit and utilise and get a bit of variable bounce from when they're bowling from the pavilion end. bit faster, a little bit flatter as well. Good variation. Outside the line of leg stump. I don't think there's too many dramas with that one, but he was certainly undone.
Rizwan is saying no, it's okay, pitched outside leg. They've got 2 referrals left, Pakistan.
Last thing any international test team wants to do is waste reviews, of course. That's whipped away with good timing too. Again, the quick outfield. Chases on. That's well tagged.
Brilliant effort by Hassan Ali. Saved the run. A very good shot as well against the spin from the rough. You got to be precise every time you play that shot. Look at this effort by Hassan Ali after bowling a spell.
Really good technique too, raising that leg. Making sure that rope didn't come in any contact at all with the lead foot. Again, just kicked away to finish that over. 164 for 1.
Come on.
Bit of excitement in that last over. Big shout for LBW, but Hawkeye just showing that that pitched well outside the line of the leg stump. No need to go any further. I've heard some people saying that that law should be changed. That playing law, it is, should be changed. I'm not convinced about that.
Me being a bowler, yes, I'm all for it. As long as it's hitting the stumps, absolutely, why not? Because bowlers don't have much chances anyway.
You're saying it should be changed?
Yeah, why not?
What?
Hitting the stumps.
There you go. There's a bowler talk. We've ever heard one. Come on, Waz, you've got to be fair on the batsman.
It's a batsman's game.
So you can then just run, when you were playing, you could run very wide of the crease, not worry about having a swing in at all. You can slant it in from a foot outside the line of leg stump and still claim a wicket.
Yeah, as long as, I mean, we play on low and slow pitches, fast bowlers, especially this day, I mean, in general in Pakistan, in subcontinent.
Some other places, the batsmen play on lively tracks.
Yeah, they do. I was just making a point. I'm all for it. I mean, because so far, what we have seen in last 10 years, that everything is in batsmen's favor. The bouncers, you know, one bouncer and over, all these, and then, you know, a T20 format, the restrictions, 2 fielders, power play, thick bats, hardly any reverse swing.
Yeah, I'm with you on that last one. That reverse swing story was confusing. That's suddenly been clamped down ridiculously, I think. And I know that right now with COVID, of course, things are a little bit different. And guys are finding ways to bowl with a reverse swing after a long time, since March 2018, when the situation in Cape Town when the Australian side was there. But in saying that, we're seeing more of, is it called swing or is it a little bit of reverse swerve? It's not really reverse swing, is it, right now?
It is. It's swinging. It's swing is in the air, obviously.
Not a lot, though.
Not a lot. It's not. Yeah, it's because of the weather, probably. We mentioned first day of a test match, you and me together. We were on air. It's coldish weather. Reverse swing happens, but not as much. I remember in Karachi, even you know, after our retirement, myself, Vakar, Shoaib, all these bowlers, Karachi used to swing after about 3:30. After tea session, we used to swing a lot more the reverse swing, not the first 2 sessions.
Certainly don't think there should be anything about this thing should be in the favour of the batsman. If any doubt, it should go to the batsman. I'm not with that one, I must say. Those days are gone. That was back when Bazir Khan's dad was playing.
Mind you,
he could play, by the way.
He could play one of the greats of the games, no doubt. He was so easy on eyes, I believe. I very rarely saw him, but of course, grown up, seeing people, hear people talking about him, all the greats of the game. Majid Khan was right at the top of the list. He scored 100 here against New Zealand before lunch, Majid Khan.
Exceptional player. I remember watching him as a kid in Australia. End of the over, 167 for 1.
Come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys.
He might be getting pad rash, and you know what, if he is, he won't be one bit concerned about it. 13 overs remaining in the day's play. When you first started playing, was it one bouncer to the over in test match cricket then, or more?
You can bowl as many as you want. I remember those days.
Like the West Indies.
Like the West Indies,
plenty.
yeah, plenty. Short of a length, just bowl bounces. I mean, obviously, if you bowl excessively, the umpire will warn you. But that was it. And then one days, for 20 years, bouncer was a no ball. Short ball was a no ball above shoulder height. So, like, that's what I'm saying. It's batsman's game. Everything is in their favour.
What changed that? Can you remember? What changed to reduce the number of bounces per over in a test match?
I don't remember which year it changed, but I remember end of my career it started changing. I think it became one, you can bowl one bouncer per over. Suddenly they changed it. That's a very difficult stage for any side like Pakistan team is right now. They're very quiet. They're waiting for something to happen instead of make it happen. And you can see everybody's a bit quiet. Nobody's shouting. Nobody's backing their bowlers. I can understand this partnership is huge. 120 of 282 on this pitch, and Pakistan are probably a bit worried that they had to bat in 4th innings on this pitch.
I think, to be fair, there was a situation when this happened when South Africa were bowling, and the South Africans persisted with the reverse swing, and as we've said, it was there, but it wasn't excessive by any means. But they were forgetting about the cutters and some slower balls and that sort of stuff, more cutters than anything. And they just continued with the same sort of pace, so it didn't change the rhythm of the game. Or run up behind the umpire, like, you know, something different.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the point I was trying to make yesterday or day before, that if nothing is happening, run diagonally. Bowl the delivery you want to bowl. The idea is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. And that I don't see much from the bowlers nowadays. Even in the shorter format, if they're getting hammered, they're just getting hammered. Running in with the same pace, same mindset. Nothing has changed. Use the crease, go wide of the crease, come close to the stumps, run from behind the umpire, shorten your run up. All these things.
Oh yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Just one off that over, 168 for 1. So a dozen overs to go now. We've got Inverec Solar Energy tic-tac-toe going on as well at the moment. Oh, there they go. The boys are busy. Nicely bowled. Good start. Inverec Solar Energy. Game being played. Tic-tac-toe. But Buzzer Khan tells me it's quite a difficult game to play, this one. He hasn't worked it out yet.
I used to love that game, Noughts and Crosses, when I was young in school. That was obviously a draw.
We're going to be having a chat to Hakiso Rabada after the day's play. Razim, I'm very keen to hear your thoughts about him. Of course, his 200 test wickets is the topic of conversation. What are your thoughts about him? You've seen a lot of fast bowlers over the years.
I've been impressed by him from last 3 to 4 years since he joined South African team. What I like about him is action, high arm action. He generates extra bounce and is physically very strong and is very intelligent too. He uses his mind, and that's why I imagine 200 wickets is only 44 test matches. That's incredible. He's only going to get better from here. That's not a good sign for batsmen, I suppose, worldwide.
And that action seems so easy and repeatable.
It is easy, simple. It's a simple action. It's not complicated. And of course, he bowls beautifully with reverse swing as well. So that's again another art he has learned over the years. So that shows this guy has got some cricketing mind.
He always saw it, not always, but it's often reminded me when he's in full flow of like a basketball. He's got the long limbs, like a basketball, just so athletic. It's terrific.
He's only 25. And bowlers actually kind of come to their peak when they're about 26, 27 or maybe 28. And he has learned this art slightly before that, so he's ahead of the game, no doubt. A rare talent.
Bit of a musician too. I don't know if you're aware of that. He loves his music. He's looking to produce it. In fact, I think he has produced a bit of music as well.
Really? That's impressive. He's a multi-talented then.
Yeah, he is. He's producing music with his father also. His father, if I'm not mistaken, is a doctor, I think. Not in his spare time. The music's in his spare time.
So the lead is growing for South Africa. 10 runs ahead.
There it is, number 200.
44 test matches, 25 years of age, getting 200th wicket is a big deal. Well done. Oh, kept low. This one, good lengths, good line by Fahim Ashraf. 168 for 1.
शाबाश शाबाश भैया कोई बात नहीं है टेस्ट क्रिकेट है ये भैया टेस्ट क्रिकेट है
1 for 38. Rashid Shah is the only successful bowler at this stage.
गुड बॉलिंग ठीक है
I think we all know he's had those problems with the celebrations, the excessive celebrations, not once, but a couple of times. But he says he's spent a bit of time thinking about that, and he certainly learnt from it. South Africa can be very proud of the diamond they've got, because he is really, really special, Rabada.
Oh yes
Amazing the difference a bit of time in the middle makes when you've got a man that's right in your eye line at silly point. Doesn't look to be of any concern at the moment for Piracy van der Dussel when he stretches well forward, full face of the blade.
They both are looking rock solid right now. They're well set, obviously. One is on 69, one is on 62. They're looking comfortable, that they belong here.
शाबाश शाबाश गाइस शाबाश oh yeah
Soft hands as well. 168 for one.
सुना है वेट कप्तान साहब एक मिनट
Ten overs left for the day. Yasir Shah has changed ends. He's coming from the pavilion end. He bowled that 19 overs on the trot. Now he's going to test his luck from this end. Starts off slightly short. Markram puts it away. Controlled back cut.
A little loosener from Shah, and yeah, Markram, he puts it away. He was there to be hit, and he did exactly that.
You just feel these guys have earned all these freebies now because they've batted so long, they've trusted their defense, and they've created this long partnership, which in turn means that the bowlers will now provide them the opportunity to score runs.
Well, we mustn't forget that spinners also tie. He had a long spell at the other end. Good move to try this one. And as the day's gone on, look, South Africa lead by 15. Pakistan have started to search more and more for that breakthrough. And with that, bowlers tend to err in terms of their lines and lengths, concentration, perhaps try too much. It does allow you the opportunity to pick up runs more freely. But what a test match has been so far. South Africa left the first day's play, tails up. Second day it was Pakistan, and it's looking like South Africa will leave today's play with their tails up. 10 overs, perhaps another 20, 30, 50 lead by the close of play. At worst, another wicket or two. At worst, I won't mind if it's 200 for two. Obviously don't want to lose another wicket, but it then just leaves a long day tomorrow, which if South Africa want to bat big, they probably would look to bat the whole day.
174 for 1. Still the concentration on the game because I want to close the day off and not let Pakistan back in. At the moment, it's all working well for South Africa. But as you said, every day it's been changing. And that saying of what a difference a day make, well, every day is a different day and different situation created.
Yeah, well, I say they need to look to bat all day tomorrow. It's just going back to your first day call that this will be a good pitch. So if South Africa are to be bowled out, let's look at the scenario of 70 overs. That takes them to 374, which on the last day you'd back yourself to chase 200, yeah, 250. You might have no other choice because it will be a long day.
Correct. It will be a long day, but yeah, so back yourself on this pitch. Albeit, it seems as if there's not a lot of pace in it, so actually scoring at a higher run rate or a quick tempo will just be difficult. But the way that these two have batted is just probably made me look good slightly, and the trust that you had in local knowledge, well, I wouldn't say I'm local, but local knowledge is doing well.
Oh yeah,
it's leading the way. And for South Africa, come their time to bowl, we've seen Pakistan spinners here battle. But the one thing they do have, which Pakistan don't have, they've got the 3 quicks. So if they can get that ball to reversing at pace, and come the 5th day, the square and the ball itself, the condition will deteriorate quicker. So for the second time today, the conclusion I'll come to is that for South Africa, they can't think too far ahead. They just could put out thoughts of where they are personally in terms of their runs and just focus on partnerships and growing that lead.
$175 for 1. Manora, a small peninsula located south of the port of Karachi, and as you can see, boat is the most common route to reach there. It's a popular picnic spot, obviously beaches alongside that, so something to do on your off day. But that looks like the way that South Africa have dug in, this might be heading to the 5th day or probably full distance. And that's straight to ceiling off. Yes, it is. Yasir Shah with the breakthrough, important breakthrough. bat in front of pad and goes straight to silly mid-off. Abid Ali with a quick reaction catch.
It's been a point we've made earlier today, the way that Van der Dussen just pushes out in front there. Ramiz Raja called for that man when he wasn't there, just at that silly mid-off there. Sharp catch. And the change of ends and the little break is done. Shah, the world of good. That's a good catch. That's well taken. So Pakistan get the breakthrough right here, almost at the close of play. It's been a good effort by Van der Dussen. It's got to be acknowledged. A knock that his team needed. And South Africa now with a lead of 17, 175 for 2.
The partnership broken. Faf du Plessis has to walk out with Yasir Shah. Second success of the innings. Averaging almost 41. 199 in the previous series, but this little session of play, he'll have to battle it out because it's difficult starting on this pitch. They all look very easy. That second wicket partnership, but Yasir Shah is about, well, good part of 7.5 overs left. And has provided Pakistan with a big breakthrough, and now they can just squeeze the pressure. Feels more attacking straight away. There's short leg in place, silly mid off. Yasir Shah did get Faf in the first innings with an absolute beauty. And the chat around the bat will be referring to that as well.
Often after a wicket falls after a long partnership, the second one goes.
Nearly, he went for that straighter one and it skidded off the surface, but just down leg. And by the reactions, it just looked as if he defeated my pace. That was a slow leg spinner, bat in front of pad and just chips it to silly mid off.
That's something I spoke about earlier in the day. I've never liked the way that he gets so far in front. Just allows the ball to pop up. You want to be using the bat though when it's staying low. You don't want to be caught bat and pad, but that was just a great example. It's just gone that little bit too far. It's moving into the ball, which creates that pace and straight into that man there.
And the good thing about that dismissal was Yasir tossed it up slower than his normal pace, so he had to maybe just reach forward a little bit more, disrupted his rhythm, disrupted his forward defense, and a good catch. And suddenly the ball's spinning and Alim Dar says that's out. And straight away he's gone upstairs.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front arm spin, William, please. It's nice and slow. The ball is close to the bat. We need to confirm through ultra-edge, please. Okay, waiting for the ultra-edge, guys. Go forward, go forward. Just Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, and there's a gap as well between bat and ball. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. It's coming up. Original decision out. Pitch outside leg. Go back to on-field umpire. Aleem, you need to reverse your decision. You're on screen, please signal.
Well, a good review from Faf, just pitched slightly outside leg. Yasir Shah still thinks that, well, fractionally outside leg. Yasir doesn't believe it, but you better believe it, because it's gone upstairs. DRS has worked and Faf survives.
It seems from this end, on that sort of line, which wasn't happening from the other end, he's getting more turn.
And also, the slower he bowls, he's getting more purchase. And this over, he's made sure that he's tossed it up. No protection for that silly off. It's an old ball, but he's getting the ball to just spin off the surface. I think he's probably got the exact speed going as well. The wrong one tried and blocked. 175 for 2.
That's another beauty. Always got to be just forgiving of the umpire. I mean, that's so marginal. The naked eye to get that wrong, it's understandable. I think he may have found the end for him to bowl from. So, South Africa search for another partnership. No doubt here, they'll want to get to the close of play. 7 overs remaining. One man will definitely be Markham. He could do with a mental break. It's been a day of great concentration. He's played some good hundreds for South Africa, but this knock will help him probably more than any other. And that will gain a lot of respect for it. Probably the hardest we've seen him battle in Test cricket. There we go. That is fractional. Always admire the skill and concentration, the umpires.
Beautiful.
More times than them getting it wrong, they can call it. And that all happens in a heartbeat.
Yeah, the length Nouman Ali is working on is a good length. Maybe he can just tinker with his pace as well. We've seen Yasir Shah, as he's tossed it up, he's got more purchase. Nouman Ali maybe look to that and then toss it up slightly more. Just slow it up. Get that limit off in play, just slow it up.
Yes, buddy.
175 for 2. like any day in Test match cricket, you start to count down the overs. 6 left, 36 deliveries to survive. Get to the close of play, nicely played, just slightly short, got back. Little misfield allows a couple of runs.
He's always been a comfortable player of spin, and this is a quality moment of cricket where he's just got back and almost into the spin, worked it into the onside. And there, getting the left foot out the way, making a bit of room and looking for the gap just wide of mid-off. Not the best of times to come into bat, but he's an experienced cricketer. Now more than ever, it's a case of ball by ball.
First innings, Yasir Shah produced a delivery that spun off the surface quickly. And it was a terrific delivery. Probably the only batsman who was defeated by spin and a proper leg spinner.
Oh yeah!
If he was going to be really critical of himself, he probably was just trapped a bit on the crease. Didn't quite get that full stride in, but this is the type of bowler where you are going to get it wrong. He's slower, he's flatter, and you're going to find yourself occasionally caught on the crease, and on that occasion it found the outside edge. There are days where you just got to say, well bowled, pal, too good for me there.
But he'll want to put that right. He talked about getting his batting right in Asian conditions. He wants to master that, and this is probably the opportunity now, because this is challenging and he'll want to challenge himself.
I think of all the batsmen, he's got the game to play well in these conditions.
178 for 2.
Faf du Plessis, he's played a lot of cricket in these parts of the world, albeit sort of T20 cricket, some 50-over cricket, but there's no doubt about him having the game. He comes off good form. He's saved South Africa in the past in these conditions. His first test match, it was Adelaide, where he batted the whole day to keep Australia out.
Massive partnership, Gladiators and Markram. And it's now just about surviving and getting to stumps. 5 overs remaining. Spin continuing from both ends. And just the ability you talked about to actually get forward and back. We've seen that in this little video of play from Faf, but has to be very precise.
Yes, I'll say it again. Joe Root down in Gaul was a classic example of that. It was an absolute masterclass, the way that he used the crease, played into the spin with it. It was almost at will. He was able to get off strike. He just knew where he wanted to place the ball. Never really a big shot. It was just a good example of hitting the ball for one against the spinner. And Faf, you know, he's got the game. I don't think there's any issues around him not having the game. And he's always been a cool, calm customer. He's enjoyed batting. He enjoys these situations. He's shown it before. Like that. He's tucked it away nicely. Little bread and butter shot to the onside. But as many times as you may have been in this situation, these sorts of periods, it's never an easy time to bat. And every innings in these conditions, you need time to get in. With the experience, you'll know that.
that's the best way to survive the last few overs. Just be on the non-striking end, don't face.
And that was another good example. It was slightly full, that little press forward, and he just went down the pitch ever so slightly, but got to the pitch of the ball. Is that the first time we've seen one of the South African batsmen today use their feet? I don't think we've seen Markram van der Dussen.
.181 for 2.
Here we go, Faf. That's good footwork. You'll always hear the comments about getting to the pitch of the ball, and he's moving forward. The moment it left the bat, he's in a good position. He's got the momentum to just call for that quick single.
Telecast going far and wide. UK, North America, broadcasters everywhere, New Zealand, South Asia, Africa, Caribbean. Can't really miss it. Always fascinated with how batsmen prepare for each tour. I believe that from low bounce to high bounce is difficult, and that's the we've always thought about why it's so difficult for Asian players to go abroad. Spin outside edge. He's gone for 4. Massive spin.
He seemed to set himself up to play the ball at the last moment, try to withdraw the bat, only to see it find the outside edge. And was it actually a chance? Yeah, it's gone to hand. It's the second one today the captain has put down.
And suddenly with that slow pace, his ball's reacting. That was massive spin from Yasir Shah. And it just seems as if, well, it caught Puff by surprise. It also got captain at first slip by surprise.
Well, the first one he put on today was to his right, but you can see there he's going up. It's one thing you don't want to be doing as a slip fielder. Your head's moving, and then you have to go down again. Well, it's definitely happening for Yasir Shah from this end, the commentary box end. And Baz, as you say, he's just allowing it to turn a little bit more. Yeah, Babar Azam has got to give some thought to that position as the captain if he's going to spend time there. I'm afraid you've got to be taking those. You can't be up and down as a spinner, as a slip fielder.
Well, Faf was dropped in the first inning as well off Yasir Shah, but Yasir Shah then got him out. He's got a life in the second innings as well. First inning was short leg, second inning is first leg. That should be it. Yasir Shah gets his man again. Doesn't matter if you keep dropping catches, he'll get him with a straighter one.
This is classic leg spin bowling, taking it away, and the other one, you want the batsman to be going back. And this is exactly what happened.
Just skidded on. He's gone on the back foot, missed the land, and that is as plumb as you can get. Yasir Shah yet again. Twice in the innings, but what a spell this is. Pakistan come roaring back. Faf gone for 10, it's 185 now for 3. Night watchman Maharaj walks in. Suddenly, back end of the day, Pakistan strike in game's turn. Best of 73. Home has got a couple of first-class centuries as well. But right now, he has to negotiate 3 overs and get to the end of play.
It was about this time last night that Afridi came in as the night watchman. He lasted 2 balls. Yeah, that was a brilliant piece of bowling. It wasn't really, in fact, the other one. It was just more the top spinner, which went straight on. I just thought of Arami's words all day. Don't be going back to the spinner. You want to make sure you're getting forward, unless it's really short. And there, Markram, if anything today, he's been so good there. The way that he's angled the bat and he's looked to smother the spin. Got a feeling for another one, Baz? You reckon that's it for Pakistan? No more for the rest of the day? That sort of length, if he looks at it, he's no doubt he's going to be thinking, I should have been forward. It's not a question of the ball keeping low or anything. Being deceived in the flight.
Well, another one, you call for it, and Salim it off in play. Extra bounce, Noman Ali, shoulder of the bat. In Pakistan going bang, 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 bang.
How this test match is just... Oh, we've had moments when nothing's happened, and then we've had a sequence of wickets. Ah, sadness, bit of heartbreak here for Markram. Works so hard all day. And I can't help thinking that this also just stopped in the pitch. Was he also guilty of just getting a bit out there in front? You've got to give credit to the bowler, the captain. They've noticed something there. Another sharp catch. And it's delightful Pakistan. South Africa effectively 27 for 4.
The cock walks in with the game totally turned on his head. Average is 38, but that'll be far from his mind. He'll want to just close out these couple of overs. It's been all Pakistan. Suddenly, there's been a cluster of wickets.
So what has Quinton de Kock got in store for us? I reckon that's anybody's guess. Well, the one bit of positive news to come out of the South African camp, there's been a few other positive things as well, is that there is a no fracture to the hand of Dean Elgar. But I'm sure it's going to be sore and bruised.
Well, extra bounce, and it was almost the shoulder of the bat. It is a good catch, but terrific bowling. Noman Ali just working on that for an over so and got reward. 2 short legs.
Now that was a good angle, Baz. I think he got a good one there. You mentioned the bounce there.
And suddenly, after a couple of hours of batsmen negating everything, it seems as if the wicket's going to fall every ball. 185 for 4.
So Elgar will be monitored by the medical staff overnight, and they'll review his situation in the morning. Probably won't field, but impressive stats. He's in very good company there.
Their all-time best leg spinners. And another little squeeze on the offside. Maharaj will come back for the second. He's got company. 3-4 men around the bat, but Silimidov is well in play. Yasir Shah's found the right pace and he's getting the ball to top. 11 deliveries remain. And Pakistan squeeze out another. Chatter is almost everything suddenly come to life.
It's worth putting a bit of money on another Pakistan wicket here. Pushed at the first one, he's gone back to the second. Gully, a slip. Silly point. Forward short leg.
Ya Allah khair. The manzari pakla ki khair. Shabasha. Leke jayenge saath.
187 for 4, looks good, but 29 for 4. Oh, this game has just turned on its head when no one expected it to.
Nine deliveries now to negotiate. Talking about South Africa being at worst 200 for 2, but even if Pakistan don't pick up a wicket now, they'll be well happy with this. I don't know who's got the better of the day. You've got to say that Pakistan have.
Yeah, absolutely. South Africa, we started our commentary still talking about where they could end up and be in a good position, but as I said, it just keeps turning on its head, this game. Who wouldn't take having a team 29 for 4? No, and South Africa have a long tail. They don't have the tail Pakistan have got. This could go one way very quickly.
Another man. Why won't you leg slip as well?
Yeah, South Africa were, what, 100 for 2 and lost 7 wickets by 80 runs in their first innings.
Maharaj does well. 1 over now remaining. Manali has 6 balls. Multan will want to pat this out. They're almost thinking of another sealing it off. There's 2 short legs in place. Yeah. Straight away, helmet's been brought on. Countdown. Really? Looking for one to spin and bounce is Nouman Ali. Even one that carries on. Last 42 balls, they've lost 4 wickets and 3 wickets. Inside edge, oh, very close. He's tossing the ball up slightly and it's reacting. Inside edge on, yeah, far away, but every ball, something's happening.
Good! Yeah, beautifully. Beautiful. No, ये जगह ठीक है बिल्कुल.
Counting down, Quinton de Kock, just 2 more. Another man brought in. Leg slip.
Good!
On the track. Oh. Last ball of the day's play. Interesting way he defended that, but there we go. Last ball of the day. Just delaying the delivery, making sure that they get this into the batsman's head, make him wait. Defended by Quinton de Kock, and he survives. South Africa lead by 29, but the last half an hour or so, they've lost their way. 187 for 4.
It's been an intriguing session of cricket. So South Africa at one moment looking good and then lost 3 wickets in no time. So for Quinton de Kock tomorrow, he'll have a lot to think about tonight, and a big knock will be required from him. So Pakistan, you feel, will leave the field this evening happy with their performance. They are in a good position, having South Africa effectively 29 for 4. But that's when Pakistan left the ground on end of day 2, 4 down, and had a great
one for Pakistan. 200 wickets for Rabada.
That's travelled all the way for 6.
Ball will race away to the boundary.
What a shot that is.
That's a very good take by the keeper.
Earns him a single, earns him a 50. Well played indeed. Makram.
That's gone for 4.